Imagine a quiet room or the corner of a cafe where the hum softens like a tide going out. A warm mug rests in your hands. The light is dim enough to be kind to your eyes. If you have a blanket nearby, drape it over your knees. If you are listening in bed, settle deeper into the pillow and let your jaw unclench. It's okay to slow down here. You made it. For the next while, you are allowed to be a human being, not a human doing. We will take this slowly. There's nothing to memorize. No quiz, no perfect form. Just the gentle art of being present in ordinary life. Everyday peace does not mean an empty schedule or a silent mind. It means the capacity to be with your life as it is, to meet your moments kindly, and to feel the subtle rhythm under the noise. Tonight, I'll keep you company. I'll speak softly. We will lean into stories, simple practices, and the kind of wisdom that hums rather than shouts. Before we go on, let me know where you're listening from. And if this brings you peace, please subscribe to Calm Buddha Path so more people can find it. Let your shoulders drop a little more. Feel the weight of your body being carried by the chair, the bed, the floor. The ground is doing the work. You can rest upon it. Notice your hands. They have done so much today. Typing, washing, tending, carrying. Without forcing anything, invite a tiny bit of warmth into the hands, as if you were holding a small bird or a smooth stone from the river. Let the fingers soften. Let the palms be open. Take a slow breath in through your nose. Not a big breath, just a kind breath. Pause for a beat, then breathe out a little longer than you breathed in. Imagine that on the exhale, your body is quietly setting down a heavy bag it forgot it was carrying. Again, inhale a little coolness at the tip of the nose. Pause. Exhale like fog leaving a window. If it feels right, close your eyes or lower your gaze. If you're driving or walking, keep your eyes open and let the gaze be soft, wide, and kind. This is your first micro-practice for a busy, restless mind. The longer exhale. 10 seconds is enough. A single minute is generous. You can do it in a meeting while someone else is speaking. You can do it at a red light. You can do it at the sink with suds on your hands. Peace arrives in breaths, not in large ideas. And it lives in the body first, then the mind follows. You may notice thoughts continuing to swirl. That's normal. Minds think. Yours has been working hard, probably for years. You don't need to empty your mind. Imagine instead that thoughts are like birds crossing a large sky. You don't have to chase them, nor can you force them to land. You can widen the sky. Breath widens the sky. Kind attention widens the sky. If your heart is tight, place a hand there for a moment. Just the weight of a palm. You aren't fixing anything. You are recognizing life. Oh, hello, heart. Thank you for working so long without applause. This simple gesture is a second micro-practice. Hand to heart. Not as a performance, just as a private nod of respect to your own aliveness. If that feels tender, you can place the hand on your belly instead, or both hands in the lap, palms down, and feel the quiet. When the Buddha spoke about the roots of our restlessness, he pointed gently to 3 patterns that show up in every life: the pull toward what we want, the push against what we don't want, and the fog of not quite knowing. You might call them wanting, resisting, and confusion. They aren't mistakes. They are part of the human software. The point is not to uninstall them, but to learn how to meet them with clarity and kindness. Tonight we'll meet the first 2, the pull and the push, in the simplest places of daily life. The inbox, the kitchen, the commute, bedtime. Perhaps you woke today with a list already running. A part of you rushed ahead to the next task even as your feet were finding the floor. This is the pull, wanting to be somewhere else, to have a different situation, a cleaner house, an empty inbox, a more perfect self. Wanting is not the enemy. It gives direction. But when wanting tightens, the body tightens with it. and peace slips to the edge like a shy guest at a crowded party. To soften the pull, we practice arriving. Try this with me now, the arrival practice. Choose one sense to anchor you. Vision. Pick a single shape in your room, the curve of a lamp, the edge of a book, and really see it for 3 breaths. Touch. Feel where your body meets support and map the contact from heels to hips to back. Hearing. Listen for the furthest sound you can perceive, then the nearest sound. Whichever you choose, stay with it for 3 breaths, as if your attention were a warm hand resting there. When you practice arriving, wanting loses its grip because you are actually here. And being here, even for 15 seconds, is strangely relieving. A story for you. A monk and a villager were walking the same dusty road. The villager carried a heavy sack of grain and kept sighing. The monk's robe stirred with each step. He too was tired. The villager said, "I'll be happy when I reach the market. I'll be happy when I sell this grain." The monk nodded and asked, "How many times today have you told yourself you'll be happy when?" The villager frowned. "I don't know. Many." The monk smiled, not a superior smile, just a human one. Each time you carry that sentence, it adds to the sack. We all carry the sentence, "I'll be happy when the meeting is over, when I can get to bed, when they finally understand." It's not wrong to make plans, but notice how the sentence adds weight. A micro-practice for the pull. Each time you hear, "I'll be happy when," see if you can place a comma in the middle. "I'll be happy when." Then bring a single moment of happiness forward into now. One sip of water, one stretch of your back, one kind word you can say to yourself. "I'm doing my best." The comma is a doorway. You get to pass through, take a breath, and then keep walking. Now the push, the subtle or not so subtle resistance to what is unfolding. A sink full of dishes right when you're tired. A child's meltdown. A coworker's email with urgency that isn't yours. Resistance is not a moral failure. It is the body's old way of trying to protect you by bracing. It says, "Not this." What we discover is that bracing often costs more energy than the moment itself. Try this with a small inconvenience you're facing. Name it softly. This too. Feel the phrase in your mouth, not as surrender but as a way to drop the argument with the present. This too. This email. This sink. This feeling in my throat. As you say this too, let your exhale lengthen just a little. The spine doesn't have to collapse. The chin can stay level. What changes is the fight loosening by a few degrees. Another story. 2 students visited a teacher to complain about noise. The first said, "Neighbors are loud. I can't meditate." The teacher listened and said, "So the world makes a sound." The second said, "Construction outside. My whole body tightens." The teacher poured tea into their cups and kept pouring until the tea spilled. The students jumped back. "See," the teacher said. The cup did not complain, simply could not hold more. You are not wrong for spilling. You are just full. The room laughed. The noise didn't stop, but the students learned to look at their capacity rather than blaming the world. This is compassion in practice. Knowing when you are full and adjusting with care. Capacity changes day to day. So tonight, and in the mornings to come, you will ask a kinder question than "Why can't I handle this?" You will ask, "What would help my capacity right now?" Maybe it's 2 minutes of stepping outside. Maybe it's a glass of water. Maybe it is placing one hand on your belly and one on your chest and letting the breath show you that you're still here, which is already enough. Capacity is not about becoming superhuman. It's about tuning the instrument you already are so the strings don't snap. Let's bring this into a very ordinary scene. The inbox. You sit down and there are 67 unread messages. The pull arrives. If I clear this, Then I'll be okay. The push arrives. I hate this. Why is this my job? Between the pull and the push is a simple practice of clear seeing. You name what is here without drama. There are many messages. Some are important. My body is tightening in the shoulders. I feel a tug behind my eyes. Now you choose one small, kind action. You mark the top 5, or you write a 2-line response to one person, or you set a timer for 10 minutes and agree to stop when it rings. You are teaching your nervous system that you can move in small steps without making the moment an enemy. This is everyday peace. Not a heroic transformation, just the steady refusal to abandon yourself. Or picture the kitchen at night. Pan still in the sink. Crumbs on the counter. You have a choice point. You can clean, you can leave it, or you can keep arguing in your head while doing neither. The third option is the most exhausting. An experiment. Let your breath settle, feel your feet, and ask, would doing this now feel like care, or would it cross my capacity? If it's care, wash the pan like a little ceremony, warm water, simple motions, gratitude for the meal. If it crosses capacity, cover the pan with water like an act of kindness for your future self and walk away. No muttering, no self-blame. Either way, you rest from the fight. Your nervous system notices and thanks you. Sometimes peace is blocked not by the situation but by the way we speak to ourselves. We might think we need harshness to get things done, but harshness narrows the mind and makes learning smaller. I invite you to try an upgrade to your self-talk that aligns with Buddhist kindness without being sentimental. When you notice a critical voice, add a companion voice that says, "Of course you feel this. Anyone would, given what you've carried." Let the companion voice be plain, unspectacular. It doesn't have to fix the situation. It simply refuses to abandon you. And watch what happens next. The body releases a fraction, decisions become simpler, and the night opens a little. We will carry stories along the way because stories are soft boats across restless waters. One I love is the tale of the traveler who came upon a raging stream. They built a sturdy raft and crossed with effort and relief. On the other side, they wondered, should I carry this raft on my back for future rivers? The teaching is simple. Tools are for crossing, not for clinging. What tools are you carrying past their use? Maybe you developed a habit of saying yes to everything to feel safe. It helped then. Now it weighs you down. Maybe you stay up late scrolling to feel less alone. That too helped, and it also disrupts your rest. We honor the raft and set it down. Not with shame, but with a thank you. A micro-practice for setting down. Choose one small tool you've outgrown and retire it for a day. You might silence non-essential notifications for 12 hours. You might choose a cutoff time for screens tonight and leave your phone in another room. You might decide that the kitchen counter can have crumbs until morning. The mind will protest. But what if this makes me fall behind? Smile and answer, I'm choosing a different kind of progress. A nervous system that trusts me. You are not broken for feeling overwhelmed. You are alive in a world that often asks more than a body can offer in a single day. The path we'll walk in these 16 parts is not a path of perfection. It is a path of befriending. When you befriend your experience, you stop wasting energy pretending it's different. That energy returns to you, and with it, clarity. Clarity is gentle. It doesn't come with a trumpet. It arrives like a window cracked open in a stuffy room. Oh air. Oh space. Then decisions become less dramatic. Do the next kind thing. Do the next clear thing. Rest and then continue. Let's practice one more simple sequence together. Settle, see, soften. Settle. Feel the weight of your body again. See. Note 3 things in your environment without evaluation. The play of shadow on the wall, the way fabric folds on your knee, the quiet hum somewhere in the building. Soften. Choose one tiny place to release by just 5%. The edges of your mouth, the hands, the space between the eyebrows. Settle, see, soften. This takes less than a minute. Do it 10 times a day and your mind will learn the path back to ease the way your feet learn the path from the bedroom to the kitchen in the dark. I want to tell you a softer version of the well-known story of the two arrows. The first arrow is the event itself, the harsh word, the late bus, the unexpected bill. The second arrow is what we add, the rumination, the self-blame, the sweeping conclusion that life is always like this. We can't always avoid the first arrow, but the second arrow is optional. Tonight, as you settle, scan your day for a place where a second arrow flew. Can you find the moment just before you reached for it? Notice how automatic it can be. Now imagine setting it on the table instead. Not tonight, you say. I will not shoot myself. The body may sigh even at the thought, and that sigh is already medicine. Not the clinical kind, just the old medicine of not worsening what hurts. If at any point the practices bring up more feeling than is comfortable, you can pause. Look around the room. Name 5 objects out loud. Touch a texture near you, wood, fabric, your own sleeve. Feel your feet pressing gently into the ground. Open your eyes wide, as if to say, I am here. Then return to the breath. There is no prize for pushing through. There is deep wisdom in pacing yourself. We are nearly at the end of this first part. You have already practiced arriving, longer exhales, hand to heart. This too, the comma in I'll be happy, when, and settle, see, soften. You have listened to stories as companions on the path rather than as lessons to memorize. You have honored your capacity and treated it not as a failing but as a guide. This is how everyday peace grows, in brief visits that become familiar until the door is always a little open. Before we close, a small ritual for your evening. If it's available, take a sip of water. Let the water meet your mouth as if it were the first sip of the day. If you like, whisper a thank you, not to anyone in particular, just a thank you that widens the room. Then choose a sentence to carry into the next hour. It might be, I can go slower. It might be, this too belongs. It might be, kindness first. Repeat it softly on your next 3 exhales. If sleep is near, let the sentence fade like writing washed by rain. If you're continuing with chores or work, let the sentence ride in your pocket like a smooth stone you can touch. You are doing beautifully, not because everything is easy, but because you are here, breathing, willing to meet your life with a little more gentleness. That is brave. That is wise. That is enough for tonight's beginning. When you are ready, take one last slow breath in and an even slower breath out. Feel the room gently reappear. Sense your body as a whole. And rest in the simple fact that for these few minutes, you have practiced the ancient art of being present in an ordinary life. If you can, take a moment to make your space cozy again. A small adjustment of the pillow. A quiet stretch of your toes inside your socks. Let the light be gentle. Let the room hold you the way water holds a leaf. We are going to keep exploring the everyday art of being here, not as a duty but as a kindness you offer yourself. Begin with 2 slow breaths, and let the out-breath be the longer one. Feel the body register that signal of safety. In this part, we'll listen more closely to the body itself, not as a project to be optimized, but as a wise animal that knows how to return to balance when it is treated with respect. Your body is not an obstacle to a spiritual life. It is the ground of it. Your body is where the mind learns new ways to be. There is a difference between acceptance and resignation. Acceptance says, this is here. Resignation says, this is here and I'm defeated. We are practicing acceptance, which is alive, responsive, and kind. When you accept, your shoulders unclench just enough that new options appear. When you accept, your breath doesn't have to fight the air. This is not giving up. This is laying down the extra armor so you can move. A simple check-in you can use many times a day. What is loud and what is quiet? Scan lightly. Maybe your jaw is loud. Maybe your feet are quiet. Maybe worry is loud. Maybe the feeling of fabric on your arm is quiet. You are not trying to solve the loud thing. You are acknowledging that your inner landscape has both weather and sky. Say it softly inside. There is weather and there is sky. Put your attention for a few seconds on the quiet place. Let it be a doorway you can step through. This redirects your nervous system toward balance without denying anything. Now, a small story about strings. A student once asked a teacher how to find calm. The teacher, who also liked music, picked up a simple instrument and tightened a string until it nearly snapped. The note was harsh and thin. Then the teacher loosened the string until it flopped. No sound at all. Finally, the teacher set the tension so the string was neither too tight nor too loose. The sound became warm, true, and steady. Mind is like this, the teacher said. Too tight, it trembles. Too loose, it wanders. Find the tone that carries you. You don't have to be a musician to understand this. You feel the difference in your day. Too tight looks like forcing yourself to be serene. Too loose looks like letting the mind drive without hands on the wheel. The middle tone is warm and human. We'll practice tuning to it. Try this experiment right now. Imagine a dial in your chest. On one side is force. On the other side is drift. With your next 3 breaths, see if you can nudge the dial toward the middle. If your brow is pinched, smooth it by 5%. If your posture is collapsed, lift the back of your head as if a string were gently drawing it upward. Not soldier straight, just awake enough to breathe freely. Feel for that middle tone. Attentive, not tense. Relaxed, not sleepy. This is the tone that supports everyday peace. One way to find the middle is to listen on 3 levels: the world, the body, the mind. First, the world. What sound is farthest away right now? Name it softly. Then the body. What sensation is most distinct? Maybe warmth in your hands. Maybe the rhythm of breath around your ribs. Name it. Then the mind. What thought is most eager? Name it as a simple label like planning, remembering, or worrying. When you listen on all 3 levels, you become the field in which the experience is happening. You stop being thrown by any one thing. This is not magical. It is practical. It lets you sit in a meeting without over-identifying with the flurry of ideas. It lets you be with your child's tears without forgetting your own breath. It lets you wash a dish and feel the water without numbing out. Let's bring this into a real everyday scene. The commute home. Maybe you're on a bus, a train, or in your car at a red light. The body has been in work mode for hours. The mind tries to keep working by replaying conversations. You might hear the quiet voice of craving saying, "I just want to be home now." You might hear the push saying, "I can't stand this traffic." Here is a micro practice. Choose 1 square inch of your experience and befriend it. If you're on a bus, it might be the feeling of the seat against your thigh. If you're in a car, it might be the steady weight of your hands on the wheel. If you're walking, it might be the soft thud of a step. Stay with that square inch for 5 breaths. When the mind pulls or pushes, you don't have to argue. You just keep coming back to that small friendly place. The whole commute doesn't change, but your relationship to it does. The string tunes closer to warm. Another common scene. You open a social app for a second and find yourself 20 minutes later feeling dull and stirred at once. Noshcham. These tools are designed to hold attention. Instead of scolding yourself, try a body-first pivot. Put the phone down for just 60 seconds. Place your tongue gently on the roof of your mouth and breathe in through the nose, out through pursed lips as if cooling a cup of tea. 2 breaths like this, then ask one question: what would feel kind to my senses right now? Maybe it's stepping to the window. Maybe it's standing up and letting your arms float up with the inhale and down with the exhale. Then decide, either return to the app on purpose or move on. That tiny pause turns drifting into choosing. Choosing returns dignity. A small upgrade to your posture can change the story in your head. The body and mind talk to each other all day. They are not separate teams. If it feels right, try the soft crown practice. Imagine a light weight resting on the crown of your head, like a folded scarf. Let the weight invite the back of your neck to be long, your jaw to loosen, your chest to open by just a finger width. Keep the shoulders low, not pinned back. There is nothing to perform. You're just giving your lungs space. Breathe. Notice if your thoughts sound a little less sharp when the body is not braced. This is the quiet gift of alignment. The mind gets more room to be kind. A story from daily life as a practice hall. There was a parent who dreaded bedtime. Not their own, but their child's. The requests multiplied: one more story, one more sip, one more question about why the moon follows the car. The parent would tense, and the evening would wobble. One night, after a gentle reminder from their own tired heart, they tried something new. They said a simple ritual: 3 breaths together, then a whisper of thanks for the day, then lights. The child didn't suddenly become an angel, but the ritual gave both of them a reliable path. On nights when big feelings arrived, the parent remembered the string that should not be too tight or too loose. They held firm to lights out, but with a soft voice and a hand on the small back. The body learned it could be both kind and clear. That discovery changed more than bedtime, changed the day. You can do the same with your own night. A ritual is not a rule. It is a path walked so often that grass lies down for your feet. Choose 3 steps that feel honest, small, and kind. Maybe it is water, gratitude for one small thing, and the phone left outside the bedroom. Maybe it is breath, a tiny stretch, and a sentence like, "I release this day." If you wake in the night, repeat the sentence on the out-breath. Not as magic words, but as a way to tune the string. This is how the body learns safety at 2 a.m. when thoughts try to build a case for worry. Sometimes confusion, the third friction, shows up as, "Am I doing this right?" That question is understandable. It also makes the string tight. When it appears, try this response: "I am practicing being here." That's it.
No scorecard.
The body exhales when you remove the requirement to be perfect at peace. Imperfect practice that happens is greater than perfect practice that stays a plan. There's a kind way to meet pain in the body that doesn't turn into a battle. If you notice a sore spot, neck, back, head, let your attention touch it the way you would touch the rim of a hot mug. Gently, briefly, with respect. Breathe out. Then move your attention to a neutral or pleasant area for a few breaths. Hands, feet, or the sensation of fabric. Move back and forth a few times. Touch the pain, rest in the neutral. This pendulum of attention teaches the nervous system that it's not trapped. Over time, the sense of being cornered softens. Pain may still be there, and yet fear around it lessens. That shift often brings just enough space to choose your next caring step. In the kitchen, practice the art of one thing. When you chop, chop. When you stir, stir. If your mind wants to sprint ahead, let the hands have the lead. Notice the sound of the knife, the squeak of the cutting board, the steam rising like a thin veil. The old stories say that even the most awakened ones cooked and swept and mended robes. Not to be austere, but because the ordinary is where the heart learns its steadiness. If, while chopping, a thorny thought arrives, label it gently: planning, memory, worry, and return to the sound of the blade. Each return is a victory that no one sees, and that's fine. The body feels it. The body thanks you. Another parable for your pocket. A traveler carried 2 buckets of water on a stick across the shoulders. One bucket was perfect. The other had a crack, and it leaked a little all the way home. The cracked bucket apologized each day. I am failing. I cannot deliver what the perfect bucket does. After months, the traveler knelt by a path lined with flowers and said, "These grew because of you. Every step you watered the seeds." The bucket had not known its leak was a gift. In your life, something you call a flaw might be watering a path you haven't noticed. When you feel less than perfect, ask, what has this taught me to notice? Maybe your anxious mind made you tender to others. Maybe your sensitivity made you an artist of small moments. This isn't to romanticize suffering. It is to open the lens. The body softens when it is met with this kind of honesty. Self-talk matters here. Upgrade the script a little. Instead of, "Why am I like this?" try, "Of course I learned to do that. What would ease this right now?" The first freezes you in a courtroom. The second walks with you in a garden and asks what would help. If it feels right, place a hand over your belly and let the belly rise on the inhale, fall on the exhale. Belly breathing signals safety more quickly than chest breathing because it invites the diaphragm to move. 2 minutes can shift a whole evening. If belly isn't comfortable, rest a hand on your lower ribs and feel them widen and narrow. Gentle, simple, real. Let's visit the workplace for a moment. There's a meeting where you normally brace. You know the one. The time arrives. Instead of armoring up, try the 5x5 practice. 5 seconds to feel your feet on the floor. 5 seconds to lengthen your out-breath. 5 seconds to let the muscles around your eyes soften. 5 seconds to name your role in one sentence. I'm here to contribute one clear idea. 5 seconds to half smile. Not to please others, but to remind your nervous system that you are not under attack. This takes 25 seconds. The meeting still has its characters, its curves, but you are not the same. You have tuned the string before the first note. On difficult days, you may find yourself wanting to run away from feelings. That's human. Practice staying by using the room. Choose a color and find 3 things of that color with your eyes. Choose a texture and touch it. Choose a scent if there is one. This lets the body know it is not alone with the feeling. If the feeling is strong, you can say, "This is a wave." Then ask your body, "Where is the ground?" The answer might be actual ground under your feet. It might be the chair. It might be the breath. The wave will still be a wave, but you will remember you are also the shore. There is a quiet scene from the life of the Buddha before he was called that, when he was simply a seeker, exhausted from extremes. He had tried severe fasting and rigid discipline until his body nearly failed. One day, a young villager offered him a bowl of nourishing rice milk. He hesitated. To accept would be to let go of the identity he had built as the ascetic. But he sensed the truth in his tired bones. The middle path would save him. He ate. The strength returned. Soon after, he sat under a tree and found the ease he had been chasing through effort. This is not a relic of history. It is a daily invitation. Where are you refusing nourishment because you believe peace must be earned the hard way? What simple kindness, accepted now, would let you sit more steadily under your own tree? Bring your attention to your mouth for a moment. Let a small, natural half-smile arise. Not a grin, not a performance, just the expression of a face at rest. Research and tradition agree on this. The face tells the body stories, and the body believes them. A soft jaw says, "We're okay for this breath." The mind hears and relaxes its grip. Hold the half-smile for 5 breaths. If it feels awkward, you can imagine the smile on the inside of your mouth. Subtle is enough. If you like rituals at thresholds, here is one called the doorway pause. Each time you pass through a door in your home or workplace, let one footstep land as a reset. Feel the foot strike, breathe out gently, and think, arriving. It's 2 seconds. If you do it even a few times, you'll have dozens of moments each day where you remember you have a body and a choice. Busy lives do not need long breaks to shift. They need honest pauses repeated. You might wonder, how will I know this is working? Look for humble signs. You say no without a long apology. You notice your shoulders are not up by your ears at lunchtime. You catch a second arrow before it flies and put it down on the table. You find yourself drinking water without a debate. These are not small. They are the architecture of a steadier life. And steadier lives ripple outward. Let's close this part with a short, layered practice. Sit or lie as you are. Feel the back body supported, heels, calves, hips, shoulder blades, the back of the head. Whisper inside, held. Now feel the front body soft. Forehead, eyes, cheeks, belly. Whisper inside, soft. Finally, sense the space around you, not empty, but spacious like a gentle room. Whisper, space, held, soft, space. Breathe these 3 words for a minute. If thoughts pass, let them. If feelings rise, let them ride on the breath. Held, soft, space. The string finds its tone. If sleep is near, let the practice cradle you. If you're continuing with your evening, carry 1 sentence into the next room. I will listen to the body first. Let it guide small choices, how you sit, how you walk, whether you drink water, whether you take 1 breath before speaking. These are not glamorous steps. They are golden. The body is not a side character. It is the wise friend who, when heard, leads you gently home. You are doing this beautifully in the only way it can be done, 1 honest breath at a time. Thank you for meeting yourself here, in the ordinary moments where peace is born and reborn. When you are ready, take 1 more slow inhale and an even slower exhale. Feel the room. Feel your weight. Notice the hint of ease that has gathered, like a small lamp you can carry. Settle back in, dear friend. Let the room meet you again, the way a body returns to water after a step off the shore. Notice where the air touches your skin. Let the breath find its unhurried rhythm. If the day has been full, give yourself permission to arrive late and still be welcomed. Peace does not take attendance. It opens the door when you knock. Tonight we'll lean into a power that often gets misnamed as softness or indulgence, but is in fact a steady beam through fog. Compassion. Not a performance, not a way of avoiding hard truths, but the natural warmth that arises when clear seeing meets a living being, especially the living being that is you. Compassion is not an opposite of discipline. It is a wise discipline of care. Without it, our efforts become brittle. With it, the ordinary moments of a day become hospitable. Try a small practice to begin, the warm glance. Think of the way your eyes soften when you see someone you genuinely like. A friend arriving at the cafe, a child asleep in the back seat, a dog trotting home after rain. Without forcing a smile, allow that same warmth to appear in your eyes for yourself. You don't have to look in a mirror. Just imagine that your attention has a temperature and let it be a few degrees warmer. Stay with that for 3 breaths. The body recognizes this signal. The jaw eases. The shoulders drop a fraction. You are not scolding yourself into calm. You are welcoming yourself home. Morning often invites the harshest judge. You catch your reflection and the mind begins its old litany. Not enough sleep, not enough time, not enough something. See if you can meet the mirror differently tomorrow. Let your first look be brief and kind. You might quietly say, "Good morning, friend." Even if it feels silly, you might place a hand on the sink's cool edge and feel the solidity there, as if you were being held up by the day itself. Then name one thing the body did for you without applause. Kept you breathing all night. It repaired tiny tissues, carried you here. When the critic returns, and it will, add a second voice that says, "Same as me." The phrase "same as me" is a bridge. That person in your head who demands perfection. Same as me, scared sometimes. Same as me, trying. The stranger in traffic? Same as me, wants to get home. The colleague who forgot to follow up? Same as me, juggling more than is visible. Same as me does not excuse harm. It loosens the grip of judgment so you can respond rather than react. There is an old story told gently in many houses of practice. A mother named Kisa Gadami lost her child and went mad with grief, searching for medicine that could bring the little one back. She was sent to a teacher who asked her to find a mustard seed from a household that had known no death. She went to door after door. Every home had a story: grandparents, parents, siblings, neighbors. In time, as she listened, her grief widened. It didn't vanish. It became connected to the grief of others. She returned with empty hands and a heart that had learned the truth that no one is spared loss. The story is not a test of loyalty or a trick. It is a reminder that compassion enlarges the room in which pain sits. When you feel alone in your ache, it may help to look up and notice. Others, countless others, are breathing through their own ache right now. You are part of a vast, quiet kinship. Sometimes that recognition is enough to soften the edges and let the next breath be possible. At work, compassion can be a practical tool. Imagine you've made a mistake, a reply all when you meant private, a missed detail that costs time. The pull of wanting to be perfect and the push of resisting blame collide inside the body. It is tempting to harden or to vanish. Try the repair, not punish approach. It has 3 sentences and 1 breath. First, name it plainly: I missed this. Second, acknowledge impact without dramatics. That added work for the team. Third, offer a next step. I fixed the issue and set a check to prevent it. Then take a slow out-breath before any further words. You are not groveling. You are not defending. You're building trust, including with yourself. The nervous system learns that errors are places to learn, not dungeons to fear. Over time, your mind spends less energy hiding and more energy doing clean work. Compassion sets boundaries, too. Sometimes we confuse kindness with saying yes. But compassion has 2 hands. One hand that says, yes, come closer. And one hand that says, no, not like this. Both hands are warm. If someone's urgency demands your attention immediately and you're at capacity, the no hand might speak. I want to give this the care it deserves. I can't do that right now. Let's set a time. If that sentence tightens your chest, remember the string: we're tuning for warm, not tight. You can keep your voice low and your spine soft. Boundaries offered with compassion are easier to receive, and even if they are not received easily, they are clean. Your body knows the difference between a brittle wall and a gentle gate. In public spaces, compassion can be playful and light. Try the 3-blessing commute. As you walk or ride or wait in line, choose 3 people to bless silently. Nothing fancy, just a simple wish. May you be safe. May you find ease today. May your body heal. Let the wishes be private, anonymous, without any expectation that the person changes. You are the one who changes. Your face softens, your breath steadies, the sense of separation thins. A minute later, you may forget and frown again. That's okay. Bless 3 more. No one needs to know. The world becomes more inhabitable in small, invisible ways. Insomnia is a place where compassion is medicine. There you are at 3 a.m., the mind lit like a billboard. The old habit is to bargain. If I fall asleep now, I'll get 4 hours, if now then 3.5. and so on until the math becomes a torment. Try this instead. Place one hand on your belly and one on your heart. Whisper inwardly, "Body, thank you for keeping me safe right now." Then name 3 safeties that are true in this moment, however modest. Roof above, breath moving, warmth in the blanket. If worry insists on a stage, give it a tiny one. A notepad by the bed, a pencil, and a promise that any thought worth keeping can be written in a single line and visited tomorrow. Then return to breath with a soft count. Inhale 1, exhale 2, up to 10, then begin again. If sleep comes, lovely. If not, you have still practiced kindness instead of battle. The day that follows may still be clumsy, but it will be less combative because you didn't turn the night into an enemy. Compassion pairs with clear seeing to sort facts from stories. Imagine a message arrives from someone you care about. Short, delayed. Your body floods with the story, "They're upset with me." Fact, a short message arrived late. Story, "They are upset." Perhaps they are, perhaps not. Practicing fact and story is not about being cynical. It's about saving your energy for what's true. Try speaking it in full. Fact, the message was short and late. Story, "They're upset with me." Breathe. Ask yourself, what else could be true? Maybe their day was full. Maybe they were on a train. Maybe they're fine. You don't have to invent a happy story. You are just refusing to crown the first story as king. Then act on a value, not a fear. Write a warm, clear response or wait until you can talk, or check your part if there is one. This practice doesn't blunt your sensitivity. It frees it from unnecessary drama. When feelings swell, label them lightly, not to reduce them, but to hold them with respect. Anger is here. Sorrow is here. Numbness is here. Imagine you are standing on a porch and emotions are weather passing through. You don't have to pretend sunshine when there is rain. You also don't have to call a storm a forever. Light labels help the mind not become the weather. With a soft label, you can choose what to do next. Step inside for tea, open an umbrella, or dance for 2 breaths in the rain. Let's step into a small scene, grocery store, end of the day. A child cries 2 aisles over. Cart blocks the path. Your stomach growls. You are tired. The body starts to tighten. Try the practice of adding room. Inhale and imagine your ribcage widening like a small door opening. Exhale and let the corners of your eyes soften. Look up at the ceiling lights and choose one tile to rest your gaze for a moment. Whisper inwardly, "Room," then make one kind micro-choice. Let someone go ahead, or hum under your breath, or simply stand still for the time it takes to feel your feet. It's not grand. It's immense. You did not pass your stress along like a hot coal. You held it without burning your hand. We carry contracts we never signed, old agreements formed when we needed protection. Perhaps you learned to please quickly to avoid conflict, or to work late to feel worthy, or to laugh when you wanted to cry because tears were unsafe once. These contracts kept you alive. Tonight, with compassion, you can review one. Choose a small one. Thank it. You helped me then. Then consider revising it. I agree to please sometimes, not always. I agree to work well, not endlessly. I agree to feel what I feel and take care of myself. You might write the revision on a small card or say it before sleep. Over days, the body learns the new terms. Compassion is the lawyer who argues for your freedom without attacking the past. A story about letting go meets us here, the tale of 2 monks and a woman. 2 travelers came to a river swollen from rain. A woman stood at the bank, unable to cross. One monk lifted her, carried her over, and set her down. Hours later, the other monk said, "You know we're not supposed to touch women. Why did you carry her?" The first replied, I set her down at the river. You've been carrying her for hours. Compassion helps you set things down sooner. The comment you keep replaying, the look you keep deciphering, the old rule that no longer serves. Setting down is not forgetting. It is refusing to carry what you already put down. Your body knows when you finally let the object fall. The shoulders drop. The breath deepens. You become a little lighter on your own path. When someone else is in pain and you want to help but words feel risky, try the presence-first approach. Sit near if invited. Say simple things with your whole body. I'm here. I'm with you. Let silence be full, not empty. If advice rises like steam, let it drift without speaking. Your steady presence is often the medicine. Later, when the moment calls for action, compassion can be a list of ordinary tasks. Bring a glass of water, fold a blanket, send a check-in message after the day has turned. Grand gestures are beautiful. Ordinary gestures keep the world sewn together. You can also turn compassion toward the small self that shows up inside you, what some call parts or younger selves. When you notice a surge of fear out of proportion to the moment, it might be an old version of you stepping forward. Instead of saying, "Go away," try, "I see you." Place a palm on your chest or cheek for a few seconds. Ask inwardly, what do you need to hear? Perhaps it's, "I've got this now." Perhaps it's, "You did so well." This isn't pretending you are two people. It's recognizing that your inner landscape is populated with echoes, and kindness brings them into harmony. Here's a tiny ritual I love for closing loops of the day. The pebble pocket. Keep 3 small stones or beans in your left pocket. Each time you notice you're being unkind to yourself and you choose a gentler sentence instead, move 1 pebble to your right pocket. By evening, notice how many moved. No shame if none. If even one has shifted, that is a real movement in the nervous system. Celebrate the pebble with a sip of water or stepping outside for 1 fresh breath of evening air. Your brain remembers rewards. Reward kindness and it will return. Conversations can also change under the light of compassion. Try the practice called 1 breath longer. When someone finishes speaking, especially someone who challenges you, wait 1 more breath before responding. In that breath, feel your feet and ask, what would be helpful right now? Sometimes helpful is a question for clarity. Sometimes it's naming what you hear. It sounds like you're worried about the deadline. Sometimes it's a boundary delivered simply, I can't talk about this now. Let's revisit tomorrow. The breath is a hinge. Keeps the door from slamming or swinging wildly. A tender reminder, compassion is not a mood. It is a choice you can make even when you feel empty. If you feel numb tonight, that too belongs. You can be compassionate toward numbness by not demanding it be gone before you rest. Numbness is here, you say, and you wrap a blanket around your shoulders and make tea anyway. The body hears the message. You are acceptable as you are in this minute. In that acceptance, feelings often thaw on their own schedule. Let's finish with a practice that weaves together clear seeing and compassion. Sit or lie as you are. Close your eyes if it's safe to do so or lower your gaze. Bring to mind a mild difficulty, nothing overwhelming, like an unsettled message or a small worry for tomorrow. Step 1. Notice. Name what's here in a sentence. Worry about the morning is here. Step 2. Allow, breathe and say, this is allowed for now. Step 3. Befriend. Place a hand somewhere that wants contact and offer a short phrase. May I be kind to this worry? Step 4. Choose. Ask, what is one small kind action now? It might be writing a reminder, setting an alarm, or deciding to return to breath and rest. Move the body a little to mark the choice, even if the choice is to be still. Then take 3 longer exhales. Notice the change, however small. The mind learns the path. Notice, allow, befriend, Choose. Simple, real, repeatable. If you are close to sleep, let the practices fade like the tide leaving a smooth shore. If you are headed into the next part of your evening, carry a single sentence in the pocket of your attention. I will meet myself with warmth. Let it change how you check the next message, how you turn off a light, how you say goodnight to the room. This is not cosmetic. It is structural. Each small act of warmth rearranges the architecture of your day, making more space for ease. Take a final slow breath in and a longer breath out. Sense the subtle dignity of being a person who chooses compassion even in small things. Sense the steadiness beginning to root in your bones, like a lamp quietly left on in a window for the traveler you are. Thank you for practicing, not perfectly but honestly. That honesty is the doorway again and again. Take a moment to feel your seat, your spine, the gentle shape of you in this room. If you are walking or washing dishes or lying under a blanket, let your breath lengthen by a thread. The body knows the way. Tonight we'll turn toward a quiet, powerful skill that steadies everything else. Clear seeing. Not cold, not clinical, but a warm honesty with what is here. When you see clearly, you don't have to wrestle the moment. You meet it, and in the meeting, the next step becomes simpler. Let's begin with a small practice called One True Thing. Look around you or within you and name a single truth in plain words. It might be, my feet are warm. It might be, tension is sitting at the base of my neck. It might be, the room is dim. One true thing. Say it softly inside. Notice the calm that arrives when reality is allowed to be simple. Then another true thing. Not a story, not a prediction, just what is undeniably present. 2 or 3 truths and the nervous system realizes it is not required to solve the whole night. It is only asked to tell the truth of this breath. Clear seeing grows on 3 friendly pillars. First, everything changes. Second, the experiences moving through you are not the whole of you. Third, nothing happens alone. These are grand ideas when written on a page. They become gentle when you hold them in your hands. Everything changes. You know this, and yet the body forgets and tightens around a moment as if we could freeze it. Practice whispering, this is changing, to small things. The scent of tea in the first minute. The ache of a thought that feels permanent until a sound interrupts it. The child's cry that crests and falls. This is changing does not cancel the pain. Puts time back into the room. When time returns, breath returns. You can wait one more breath. You can choose a kinder next action. The mind loosens its grip because it remembers that no state is a life sentence. The experiences moving through you are not the whole of you. This is not an invitation to bypass feeling. It is a reminder that you are the sky, not only the weather. When anger flames, say, anger is here. It is not all of me. When sadness drifts in, say, sadness is here. It is not all of me. This simple phrasing is honest and kind. It keeps the experience close enough to feel and far enough to not drown you. Nothing happens alone. The email that upset you had a dozen causes behind it. The sender's mood, the project's pressure, the season's pace. Your reaction had causes. Sleep, food, history, the story you carry about your worth. Seeing the weave doesn't erase responsibility. It softens blame and opens curiosity. What is this woven from? Is a kinder question than what is wrong with me? When you look for the weave, you often find a small thread you can adjust. You can step outside for air. You can write a clear sentence before you hit send. You can choose to drink water before more coffee. These small choices are the levers clear seeing gives you. Let's bring this into a familiar scene. You open your phone and see a message you didn't expect. The chest tightens. The story machine whirs. Pause. One true thing. There is a message. Another, my chest is tight. Whisper, "This is changing." Feel your feet or the chair under you. Then ask, what else could be true? Maybe the message is neutral. Maybe it's positive. Maybe it's messy. You don't need to guess. You need to breathe once more and decide on a value to bring to your reply. Clarity, kindness, or brevity. The value is your north. The message becomes part of a day, not a verdict. A story to walk with you. In a small village, a farmer's horse ran away. The neighbors gathered. "Terrible news," they said. The farmer shrugged. "Maybe." The next day the horse returned, bringing 2 wild horses with it. "Wonderful news," said the neighbors. "Maybe," said the farmer. The farmer's son tried to ride one of the wild horses and fell, breaking his leg. "Terrible," said the neighbors. "Maybe," said the farmer. Soon after, soldiers came to conscript young men. The son, injured, was left at home. "Wonderful," said the neighbors. "Maybe," said the farmer. The point is not to be indifferent. It's to see how quickly the mind stamps events with final meanings. Clear seeing adds space. It says, "Let's wait and see." In your life, when the mind shouts verdicts, try answering with one gentle word. Maybe. Not as denial, but as kindness toward the part of you that can't foresee the weave. In the stories of the Buddha, there is a figure named Mara, a personification of fear, craving, and confusion. Even after awakening, it is said Mara visited many times. The response was not to fight, but to recognize. "I see you," the Buddha would say, and invite Mara to tea. Not to praise him, not to surrender, but to remove the secrecy that feeds him. You can try this. When craving arrives, "I need to check again. I need to be praised. I need to be somewhere else." Say, "I see you, craving." When resistance flares, "Not this, not now." Say, "I see you, resistance." When fog spreads, "I don't know what to do, so I'll do nothing and numb out." Say, "I see you, fog." Put the kettle on in your chest. You don't feed these visitors, but you don't slam the door either. Strangely, being seen is often what sends them on their way. Craving is a bright pull. It says, "When I get that, when I finish this, when they say that, then I'll be okay." Clear seeing asks, and how long does okay last? You know this, a minute, an hour, a day. There's no shame in the pull. It is built into the nervous system. But when you know the half-life of, "Then I'll be okay," you can choose a steadier source. Breath, kindness, a small action aligned with your values. These do not dazzle. They steady. Resistance is the push against anything that threatens your sense of okayness. It shows up in small ways. Procrastination, snapping, numbing. "Not this," it says. Clear seeing says, "This is here." That sentence doesn't hand the reins to the problem. It removes the extra fight. You can then ask, what is the minimum kind step? Often it's a humble one. Open the document for 2 minutes, wash 1 dish, send 1 honest sentence, lie down for 5 breaths. The minimum kind step is not miraculous. It is the exact size of the door in front of you. Confusion sometimes wears the clothes of relief. If I don't choose, I can't choose wrong. But staying nowhere exhausts you. Clear seeing helps by reducing the size of the decision. Bring the choice into one next action and a time box. I will research for 15 minutes and then pause. I will write 3 lines and then walk. Structure is compassion for a tired mind. Start small enough that honesty can say yes. Another practice for clear seeing is called name the season. What season is your life in? Not by the calendar, but by the heart. Are you in a season of building, of recovery, of caring for someone, of learning to rest? When you name the season, your expectations can match reality. You stop demanding summer fruit from winter soil. You tend the ground you actually have. If your season is caring for a newborn or for an aging parent, your practices will be short and numerous like small sips. If your season is spacious, you might deepen your study or sit longer. The mismatch between season and demand is one source of suffering. Align them gently, and the day feels more honest. Let's step into the office or the home desk. The deadline is close. The mind wants to either sprint or freeze. Try the practice of the one clean line. Before you type paragraphs, write one line that names the purpose. This email is to confirm Thursday's plan. This page is to introduce the report. This message is to ask for help. The one clean line is clear seeing in language. It quiets the dramatic part of the mind that wants to rehearse every possible reaction. You will notice your shoulders drop when the purpose is named. Then the rest becomes simpler. In relationships, clear seeing begins with hearing what was actually said. Not what you fear was meant, not what you hoped was meant, but the words themselves. Repeat them back in your own words before defending or retreating. I hear that you're overwhelmed by the schedule. I hear that you felt alone with that project. When you mirror, you are not surrendering your perspective. You are clearing fog so the path between you is visible. After mirroring, you can share your part without edge. If the conversation heats, return to the body. Feel the chair under you. Lengthen the out-breath. Ask yourself, what am I trying to protect? It's usually something tender, belonging, respect, safety. Naming it softens the armor. Then you can ask for what helps. I need a pause. Or, can we schedule this for tomorrow? Or, I want to help. Here's what I can do. Money is a place where fog loves to gather. Clear seeing here is not about spreadsheets alone. It's about honesty without shame. Look at one number today without a story attached. How much is in the account? What one bill costs? What one habit costs? Then breathe and ask, what small kind shift can I make? Maybe it's moving a recurring purchase to a day you check on purpose. Maybe it's putting a sticky note near your card that says, are you tired? Drink water first. Not as restriction, but as care. Shame eats energy. Honesty makes energy. There is an evening practice, so simple it's almost shy, that clarifies the day without spirals. It's called the 3 windows. Before bed or as you sit with a cup of something, open 3 windows in your mind. Window 1. One moment of ease today, however brief. The way the sun hit a floorboard, the taste of lunch, a sentence that landed. See it again for 2 breaths. Window 2, one place of friction. Name it simply, tension with a coworker, body ache, worry about the deadline. Put a hand on your chest or belly and say, I'll carry you with care. Window 3, one small kindness for tomorrow. You laid out the mug, you wrote a note, you planned to pause at the doorways. Close the windows. Sleep or rest. The mind learns to hold a day without exaggerating either its storms or its calms. Identity can get sticky. The story, I am the one who fixes things, or I am the one who never drops a ball, or I am the anxious one grips tightly. Clear seeing lets you hold identity like a jacket you can wear or lay over a chair. Try a tiny ritual called the name tag. Sit for a minute and imagine wearing a tag that says your role for the day: parent, manager, artist, caregiver, student. Bow to it. Thank it. Then imagine placing the tag on a hook by the door of your heart for a few breaths. Feel who you are without the tag. You don't disappear. You become wider. Then put the tag back on if you need it. Later, you can hang it again. The practice loosens the idea that you are equal to any one role. When roles loosen, choices open. Here is another parable, perhaps less known. A young practitioner asked a teacher, "How do I see clearly when my mind is noisy?" The teacher poured cloudy water from a jar into a clear bowl and set it down. "What should I do?" asked the student. "Nothing," said the teacher. They sat. The silt fell to the bottom on its own. The water cleared, not because the teacher pushed the sand, but because it was left in peace. This isn't about doing nothing with your life. It is about understanding that some clarity arrives when you stop stirring. Put the spoon down for a few breaths. Your mind knows how to settle if given the chance. Technology can be a good spoon-putting practice. Before you tap an app, ask, "What am I coming here for?" Say it in a sentence. To message one friend. To check the train time. To post a photo. Then imagine seeing a small doorway labeled, "Done." Walk through it when your sentence is complete. The doorway keeps you from wandering the halls. If you wander anyway, no shame. Smile, turn around, and look for the doorway again. For mornings, try clear seeing before lists. Sit at the edge of your bed, feel your feet, and ask, "If I could bring one quality to the day, what would steady me?" It might be patience or clarity or humor. Write the word somewhere you'll see it. A note near your mug, the first line of your planner. When the day begins to pull you apart, return to the word. That word is not a charm. It's a compass. You will get lost. The compass is for getting unlost. When grief visits, clear seeing is tender. Be precise with your language to avoid stabbing yourself with extra arrows. Instead of, "I'll never be okay," try, "Right now this hurts everywhere." Instead of, "I shouldn't still be sad," try, "Sadness is here again. It must love something." Instead of, "No one understands," try, "I feel alone. I'd like one person to sit with me." See the difference? The first set of sentences traps you in forever. The second set keeps you in now, where help can reach you. There's a humility to clear seeing that makes you a better friend and coworker. When someone tells you their story, look for the point where they breathe. Listen there. Reflect back the breath point. It was right when they said that your body tightened. People feel seen when you notice their breath, not just their words. Takes a few extra seconds. Those seconds are a kind of prayer, secular and real. If you forget all of this, that's okay. The mind forgets and remembers all day. Build tiny bells into your life to help it remember. The doorway pause you learned already. Add one more, the kettle bell. Each time you hear water boil or a microwave beep or an app ding, take one purposeful breath before moving. These bells are everywhere. You just choose to hear them differently. Over time, the bells become threads weaving a net that catches you before you fall into old pits. Let's practice a short sequence now to tuck clear seeing into your body. Sit or lie how you are. Gently lift the back of your head as if a soft thread were drawing it upward. Then let your jaw slacken a bit. Feel your shoulders settle like leaves. One true thing. Say it inside. My breath is moving. Whisper, this is changing. Choose one experience present now and say, this is here. It is not the whole of me. Picture one person somewhere in your city, a stranger, also breathing through their evening. Let your chest widen a little as you acknowledge. We are connected in small ways. Then take 3 long, slow exhales. That is the whole practice. Simple enough to carry in a pocket. Strong enough to steady a day. As we move toward the softer edge of night, consider a release ritual for attachments that turn sticky today. Picture your hands holding a rope tied to a ringing bell. The bell is your need to be understood, your need to be right, your need to finish it all before sleep. The bell rings loudly because your hands are shaking the rope. Look at your hands. Loosen your grip by a finger. The bell grows quieter. Loosen another finger. Imagine placing the rope over a peg for tomorrow. The bell may ring faintly on its own. You don't have to keep it loud. Your sleep, your peace, the people you love, all benefit when you let the bell rest. If you're near sleep, let the room dim further. If you're continuing with chores or a late task, keep your exhale easy. Either way, carry one sentence into the next stretch of time. See what's here, then choose one kind step. That's it. You don't have to redesign your life tonight. You can see and you can step. The rest unfolds. Before we close, place one hand, whichever feels natural, over your heart or belly. Feel the gentle weight of your own care. Whisper, "Thank you, body." Even if you're not feeling grateful, the words plant themselves and sprout later. Then, like the farmer in the story, when the mind tries to label the day entirely good or entirely bad, smile a little and say, "Maybe." The smile is not dismissal. It is room. Take one last slow breath in and an even slower breath out. Feel the floor, the chair, the bed. Sense the soft strength that clear seeing gives, a strength without armor. You are learning to look without flinching, to tell the truth without cruelty, to move without drama. That is a rare skill. That is a kindness to yourself and to everyone you meet. If it feels good, let the shoulders melt again and let the breath lengthen by a small, kind measure. Feel the simple weight of your body trusted to the chair, the couch, the bed. The room is a harbor. Your breath is the tide. We return now to a gentle theme that lives beneath so many of our days. How to hold who you are more lightly. Not to erase yourself, not to become vague, but to loosen the tight fist around identity and attachment so your hands are free to touch the world. You move through roles like rooms in a house, worker, friend, caregiver, maker, neighbor. Problems begin when a role hardens into a mask that you forget you can take off. Attachment to a role makes the day brittle. If the role is praised, the heart swells and clings. If the role is criticized, the heart shrinks and hides. In a soft light, we discover that identity can be held like a favorite jacket, worn when needed, hung up when you come home. You still have warmth. You're not naked to the cold. You're simply not trapped inside the jacket when you sleep. Try a micro-practice right now called Hang the Jacket. Close your eyes for a moment if it's comfortable or lower your gaze. Whisper the role you were in most today. Parent, manager, student, healer, helper, fixer. Say it once, then imagine a small peg by the door of your chest. Picture yourself gently placing a name tag with that role on the peg for the next 3 breaths. Feel who remains when the tag rests there. Not empty, why, breathing. A person with a heart, with awareness, with the simple animal rhythm that existed before any name. You can put the tag back on after this breath if you need to. The point is knowing you have a peg and you have a choice. A story walks beside this practice. A teacher in a mountain temple had a sign above the gate that read, "Leave your shoes and your opinions at the door." It was meant partly in humor, partly in kindness. One rainy day, a visitor arrived huffing with confidence. He began to debate with the teacher before he had even dried his sleeves. The teacher listened and then poured tea until the visitor's cup overflowed. Startled, the visitor protested. The teacher smiled softly. "Your cup is full," she said. "How can new tea enter?" The visitor laughed, embarrassed, then relieved. He took off his wet shoes and his wet certainty and sat down. In daily life, the full cup is our fixed identity. I am the efficient one, the strong one, the funny one, the one who never asks for help. The practice is not to smash the cup. It is to empty it a little so fresh tea can arrive. Attachment is not only to roles. We also attach to outcomes, routines, even to our own ideas of being a spiritual person. The hand tightens around a plan and calls it fate. Clear seeing and compassion, our friends from earlier parts, meet here to soften the fist. They ask gentle questions. What am I gripping? What would one finger's worth of loosening feel like? Not a dramatic letting go, A simple easing. Let's bring this to a familiar place. The project at work or home that refuses to move as fast as your mind wants. The wanting pulls tight. The body leans forward an inch as if that could drag time by the collar. Resistance arrives when obstacles appear. Confusion fogs your next step. Here is a small ritual called one finger less. Sit up just enough to feel your spine. Picture your hand gripping a rope attached to the project. Feel the strain in your forearm, your jaw, your thoughts. Now, with your next exhale, imagine releasing one finger from the rope. The rope still lies in your palm, but there is air where a finger used to clamp. Breathe again and release another finger. Stop there. Notice the change. Maybe you see a smaller, clearer step. Maybe you decide to rest. Maybe you make one honest request for help. Loosening is not laziness. It is intelligence that frees energy trapped in clinging. Another story comes like a lantern. A respected monk named Headphone lived in a village. One season, a young woman became pregnant and, under pressure, said that Headphone was the father. The villagers were furious. They confronted the monk. He listened and said only, "Is that so?" He cared for the baby when it was born and accepted the blame without defending himself. Later, the young woman, heavy with remorse, confessed the truth. The villagers apologized. The monk said again, "Is that so?" He returned the child to its mother and continued his simple life. This story is not asking you to accept abuse or to abandon boundaries. It points to a relaxed grip on the story of me. When praise came, he didn't clutch it. When blame came, he didn't collapse. He met reality. A baby in need. He did the next kind thing. When reality changed, he changed. Your version might be smaller. A rumor at work, a misunderstanding with a friend. If you can, answer the mind's drama with a soft, "Is that so?" And choose one grounded step that reflects your values. Attachment loves to hide inside perfectionism. Have you felt that? The belief that if you just do everything flawlessly, discomfort will not find you. Perfectionism is a bright suit of armor that rusts from the inside. The practice is to trade the shiny armor for a sturdy, breathable coat called good enough with care. In the kitchen, that means the pan is clean enough for tomorrow, and you can rest. In a message, it means a kind, clear sentence instead of a page to prove your goodness. In a creative project, it means sharing a draft with one trusted person. Each time you choose good enough with care, the self that requires applause loses a little power. The self that values life gains a little ease. The body can help you loosen attachment by teaching the difference between grasping and holding. Make a gentle fist with one hand. Notice the effort in the forearm, the shallow breath, the way attention narrows. Now open the hand as if it were a cup holding water. The water stays, but your muscles soften. Try this while thinking of something you care about. A person, a project, a cause. Hold, don't grasp. The mind learns this shape. In conversation, it sounds like, "Here's what I hope," and "I'm open to what unfolds." In parenting, it sounds like, "I care deeply and I can't control every outcome." In health, it sounds like, "I will tend this body as kindly as I can and let the rest be what it is." There is a famous reminder offered by a forest monk to his students about a simple cup he used daily. He said he enjoyed it fully because he also remembered it was already on its way to breaking. Time will do what time does. Remembering that he could use the cup with gratitude instead of fear. You have cups like this everywhere. A favorite mug, a season of a child's life, a job, a friendship. When you remember the truth of change, attachment softens into appreciation. You don't cling as if grasping could stop the river. You sip. You say thank you. You care for what you love while you have it. Let's practice appreciation in a way that lands in the body. Choose one ordinary object near you. A pen, a pillow, the handle of a mug. Hold it as if you were seeing it for the first time. Notice weight, texture, temperature. Whisper, "Thank you for your service." If that feels formal, say, "Thanks for helping." Hold for 2 breaths, then place it down with a small bow you can barely see. This is not a performance. It trains the hand to release without throwing away. It trains the mind to love without clutching. Identity also attaches to stories about what we are allowed to feel. Maybe you learned that to be strong you cannot cry, or to be helpful you must never ask for help, or to be spiritual you must always be calm. Kindness doesn't demand you shatter these stories in a day. It invites you to test them with lived moments. When tears rise, breathe and let 2 of them fall. Notice if the world ends. It won't. When help would truly help, ask a safe person for a small piece. Could you bring bread? Can we swap school pickup? Would you look at this paragraph? When irritation rises even though you're supposed to be centered, name it softly. Irritation is here. Then choose a non-harmful outlet. A walk, 10 breaths, an honest sentence later when calm returns. These tests are not rebellions. They are gentle updates to old contracts. Try a practice called the open label. Pick a sticky identity that tends to clamp down. I'm the anxious one. I'm the reliable one. I'm the creative one. Add 2 words to the end. In moments. Say it the full way. I am anxious in moments. I am reliable in moments. I am creative in moments. Identity becomes time-bound and breathable. You stop writing your future with a permanent marker. Moments can change. You can meet each with a fit response. The 3 frictions visit identity often. Craving whispers, "Be seen this way." Resistance growls, "Don't let them think that of you." Confusion fogs, "Who am I without this label?" Respond with the counter moves. Release. Breathe and let 1 finger's worth of grip soften on how you're seen. Acceptance. Let 1 imperfect moment be as it is without proving anything. Clear seeing. Ask, what actually happened? Not the crowd's imagined opinion. Not the inner prosecutor's case. Just the event and your next kind step. Let's walk through a life-size scene. You're in a meeting. An idea you offered is overlooked. Later, someone else says the same thing and it lands. Your chest tightens. The story machine starts printing. I'm invisible. I don't matter. They always do this. Pause. Name the weather: hurt, heat, fast heart. Whisper, "This is changing." Remember the jacket. Hang the identity of the one who must be credited for 3 breaths. Then choose 1 clean step aligned with dignity. You might say gently, "Yes, that connects to what I mentioned earlier. Let me flesh it out," and keep going. Or you might wait, then write a follow-up message attributing the idea to the team and offering a next action. Your worth is not enforced by clinging. It's embodied by steady, clear movement. In parenting or caregiving, identity can be an anchor or a cage. I'm the patient one helps until it becomes, I must never show frustration. If frustration sprays, shame piles on top. Try a 2-part practice. First, apologize cleanly when needed without crushing yourself. I spoke sharply. That wasn't fair. I'm sorry. Second, repair with a small act that money can't buy. Sit on the floor for 5 minutes of undistracted play, or make tea and be quiet together, or step outside and look at the sky beside them. These repairs teach you that being the patient one includes being a human who repairs. That identity grows kinder and more real. At night, roles and labels can loosen with a ritual called the basket. Place a real basket or bowl by your bed if you have one, or imagine one by your pillow. Before sleep, whisper the names of the roles you carried today into the basket. Colleague, caregiver, neighbor, planner. Imagine placing each gently inside. Imagine the basket watched by something bigger than your to-do list. The night itself, the great quiet. You say, "Hold these for me." You turn to sleep. In the morning, you reach in and take only the ones you need for the first hour. This is how you train your nervous system that identity can rest too. Creativity, too, is steadier when identity softens. When you say, "I am a writer," or "I am not a writer," both can grip. Try, "I am writing in moments." Then set a timer for 10 minutes and write one page badly on purpose about something of no consequence. The sound of the kettle, the shape of your neighbor's tree, the list of things in your bag. Badly on purpose removes the grip of identity and lets the hands move. Often, in the middle of the bad page, a sentence appears that hums. You didn't force it. You cleared a space for it to land. There is also the finger and the moon reminder, offered in many old houses of practice. Teachings are fingers pointing at the moon. The finger is useful. It shows direction. But if you're busy worshiping the finger, you forget to look at the moon. In your life, the finger is the method, the teacher, the app, the routine. The moon is the lived ease in your chest when you stop grasping. The moon is the small smile that arrives when you put the rope on the peg and decide to sleep. Use the finger. Look at the moon. Try a breath pattern called empty bowl. Inhale through the nose for a gentle count of 4, as if filling a bowl with warm water. Pause for 1, as if the bowl settles in your hands. Exhale for 6 through the mouth, as if pouring the water back into the earth. At the top of the exhale, feel the bowl empty, roomy, ready. Do 3 rounds. Between each, imagine one label sliding to the side a little. The perfect one, the stubborn one, the fixer. Roomy, ready. Not erased. Available. Sometimes identity hides inside the body as a posture. The "I carry it all" posture. Chest tight, shoulders forward, jaw clenched. Or the "I don't matter" posture. Chest collapsed, gaze low. Notice your version. Then, for 1 minute, practice the posture of enough. Sit or stand with the back of your neck long, the chin level, the shoulders low and wide, the belly soft, the breath easy. Let your eyes be kind. This posture tells your nervous system a story. We don't have to grasp to be here, and we don't have to disappear. We belong exactly as we are in this moment. Money, status, likes, and praise magnetize attachment. A practical way to loosen is to diversify your sources of nourishment. Make a private list of 3 things that feed you that no algorithm can give. The sound of evening insects, the smell of cut citrus, the feel of warm laundry against your forearms. Place one of these into each day on purpose. You are reminding the body that joy does not only arrive with a ding. Conflict softens when identity loosens. When you're right in an argument, the mind wants to hang a medal on itself. When you're wrong, it wants to hide. Hold both with the sentence, "I'd rather understand than win." Let that sentence guide your next question and your next breath. Understanding does not mean surrendering your truth. It means seeing the fuller picture that lets wise action rise. It's hard to weaponize identity when you're busy being curious. As we slide toward rest, gather a few threads into an evening weave. Feel your body. Whisper 3 times, "I am more than any role." Picture one thing you love that you will gladly let change, so you can keep loving it. A child's small hand, a season's light, a project that will end and make room. Thank it now. Then choose one attachment to loosen by 5% tomorrow. Not a grand leap, a 5% shift. Leaving a message unsent until morning, allowing the sink to wait, accepting help with the grocery bag, posting without checking for reactions for an hour. 5% is humble and mighty. Teaches the hand to open without dropping what matters. If sleep is close, let it come. If you have more of your evening ahead, let your exhale be the softer one. Carry one simple sentence through your next tasks. Hold, don't grasp. Let it change how you grip the steering wheel, how you hold the phone, how you put a dish on the rack, how you pick the next song, how you say goodnight to your own face in the mirror. Before we close, rest one palm at the center of your chest. Feel that gentle rhythm that has nothing to prove. Here you are, not as a performance, but as a presence. Identities may shift tomorrow. Attachments will tug. You will meet them with breath, with kindness, with a little bow to the truth that everything you love is made of time. That bow does not make life bleak. It makes it precious. Take a last slow inhale and a longer exhale. Let the face soften. Let the hands feel warm. Let the mind loosen its names and settle into the wider sky that is you. Thank you for being here, exactly as you are, learning to hold your life with open hands. Let the room hold you. If you are in bed, feel the mattress lift you the way a slow wave lifts a small boat. If you're on a couch or chair, adjust by an inch so your body knows this is intentional rest, not accidental collapse. Let your mouth be soft. Let your eyes grow heavy or your gaze rest on something simple. One slow inhale, a longer exhale. Tonight we'll keep weaving the three inner powers you've been practicing: compassion, clear seeing, letting go, into the places where most people get tangled: craving, pushing away, and the fog of not knowing. We'll place them gently in familiar rooms and hallways so the practices are right where you need them. You already know the shapes. Craving says, "When I get that, then I'll be okay." Pushing away says, "Not this, not now, not ever." Fog says, "I don't know, I can't know, I'll check out." These are not sins. They are weather patterns for a human nervous system. We're not going to banish them. We're going to give them chairs and boundaries and warm tea and then help them go for a walk when it's time. Start with craving, wanting. Wanting is beautiful when it points at nourishment. Sticky when it starts to promise salvation. In daily life it sounds like, if I clear my inbox, the knot will vanish. Or, if they finally write back with enthusiasm, I'll relax. Or, if I buy this one thing, I'll become the kind of person who rests. The body tells you when wanting has turned into grasping. Breath goes shallow, shoulders creep up. The mind begins to audition possible futures as if changing outfits in a mirror. A tiny, tender practice for wanting. Name the itch. You don't need to scratch immediately. You name it so it stops pretending to be your whole world. Itch to check the phone. Itch to control the conversation. Itch to finish everything before bed. Then add one sentence. Itch is not me. Feel the difference. You didn't shame it. You also didn't call it truth. You gave it a label like a museum tag under a painting. You can then choose. Will scratching this now nourish me? If yes, scratch with awareness. If no, try this, sip and see. Take one sip of water or tea, breathe out for a count longer than your in-breath, and see again. So often, the itch shifts shape with a sip and a longer exhale. So often, a kinder action appears. Now the push, aversion, resistance. It doesn't always look like anger. It often looks like delay. Not now. Not this email. Not this sync. The push pretends to be protecting you, and sometimes it is. Sometimes it simply drains your energy by keeping you in the doorway. The practice here is not to force yourself through. It is to step fully to one side or the other with kindness. Try the phrase, "I choose to do this with care," or "I choose to delay on purpose." Choose and then mark the choice with a body movement. Stand up and wash one dish all the way or put water in the pan. Cover it and leave without muttering. The body stops leaking energy when your choice is clear. Confusion wears costumes, can wear irony, it can wear sophistication. It often just wears the expression of a tired mind scrolling for answers to questions that have to be lived. There's a famous story of the poisoned arrow. A man is shot with an arrow and insists on knowing who shot it, their family, their craft, the wood of the arrow, the paint on the feathers, the exact angle from which it flew. He refuses to pull the arrow until he has answers. He dies. The point is not to mock curiosity. It's to recognize where questions should wait for the wound to be tended. In the fog of decision, ask, what is the arrow I can remove now? It might be drinking water, apologizing for the sharp tone, turning off the lamp, writing the one-line purpose of the project, or sitting for 4 minutes with your breath. The biography of the arrow can come later. Walk with me into a weekday that almost everyone knows. It's late afternoon. Your energy dips. You open a browser tab or an app to get a small glimmer. 10 minutes pass, then 20. Craving is steering. Resistance is quietly digging in heels about the next task. Fog puts its arm around craving and says, let's just keep scrolling. No shame. Truly no shame. Instead, try a small choreography called stop, see, soften, step. Stop. Place the device down, or, if you can't, simply take one hand off it and rest the hand on your thigh. See. Label the moment in 3 words. Tired. Wanting ease. Soften. Loosen your jaw by 5%. Let your out-breath lengthen. Step. Choose the smallest action with either rest or work. If rest, lie down for 3 minutes with your hand on your belly and do the empty bowl breath you learned. If work, set a timer for 7 minutes and begin with 1 clean line. This note is to ask for Tuesday's plan. When the timer ends, you get to choose again. Each tiny cycle is a vote for a life you don't have to escape. Speech is a place where craving, pushing away, and fog dance loudly. Craving wants to be right and understood. Pushing away wants to win and silence. Fog wants to avoid and misdirect. A practice to steady speech is called 2 breaths longer. Before you reply, especially in hot moments, take 2 breaths longer than your impulse. In those breaths, ask, what do I want to grow here? Not what do I want to prove? What do I want to grow? Trust, clarity, kindness, boundaries. Then shape your sentence. You can be firm and warm. You can say, I don't agree, and I want to understand your view. You can say, I hear you and I can't say yes to that. You can say, I need a pause. Let's revisit at noon. The room inside those 2 extra breaths is where drama loses its grip and dignity gets a chance. When confusion clings at the edges of speech, use the practice of naming facts and wishes separately. Fact: we are behind schedule. Wish: I want us to feel less rushed while catching up. Or with someone you love. Fact: I got quiet this morning. Wish: I would like us to check in for 5 minutes tonight. Separating fact and wish keeps you from stabbing yourself with the second arrow of always and never. It also invites others to meet you in a real place rather than in a courtroom. Let's step into a small, clean kitchen after dinner. The pan is sticky. The table has crumbs. You are tired, and craving whispers, treat yourself. Skip it. Resistance shouts, not this again. Fog says, let's just think about something else and drift. None of this is evil. None of it means you're failing life. Try the kindness of choosing your future self plainly. Ask, which future feels kinder? Bed now with a little mess or 10 minutes of care for a clearer morning? Choose. If you choose bed, make it ceremonial. Fill the pan with warm water. Pop a small note on the counter that says, I'll help you in the morning. Thank you. If you choose cleaning, make that ceremonial too. 3 breaths feeling your feet before you begin. Music low. Gratitude for the meal. Stop at 10 minutes whether or not the kitchen is magazine worthy. Either way, your choice is the practice. You loosen the tug-of-war rope and give yourself back that energy. Technology is a modern temple bell and a modern trap. You don't have to become a hermit to practice with it. Try the practice of the doorway sentence. Before opening an app or site, say a sentence out loud if you can, or in your mind if you can't. I'm going in to send one message, or I'm checking shipping for the book, or I'm going to enjoy 3 photos of my nephew. Then imagine a literal doorway labeled done. Walk through the doorway when the sentence is complete. If you wander, no scolding. You notice, smile a little, and find the doorway again. This trains the nervous system to experience completion in small bites. Completion nourishes. Drifting saps. Another practical tool. Set 1 hour of your day as a low-stimulation hour. Not austere, just a little quieter. No news, no scrolling. Phones in grayscale if that helps. It might be morning before the house wakes, or the hour before bed. In that hour, do the most human things. Touch fabric, taste tea, stretch your back, watch the color of the sky change. Listen to a voice you love or silence that loves you without words. This hour is not luxury. It is maintenance for a nervous system being asked to swim against a current all day. You'll feel the difference the way you feel the difference between a window cracked open and a room with no air. We can bring in a sweet old story about seeing things clearly when fear distorts them. A traveler at dusk saw a snake across the path and froze, heart pounding. They ran back to the village, gathered a group with sticks and torches, and returned ready for battle. In the light, they found a rope. Relief came, then laughter. The next evening, the traveler walked the same path and noticed fear rise again. A habit of the body, but now they had a way to check. Look closer, breathe, add light. In your day, a short message can be a snake. Silence from a friend can be a snake. A change in tone at work can be a snake. You don't have to shame fear. You add light. Check facts. Ask a simple question. Touch ground in your body. Wait a beat before building a movie. Many snakes turn back into ropes when you add breath and a small lamp of curiosity. Craving often returns when you're close to rest. That last email, that last episode, that last scroll. Be friendly and honest with yourself. Try the practice of kind cutoffs. Pick a time that respects your real life, not a fantasy schedule. Set a visible clock in the hallway or on the stove. At that time, dim one light. That's all. A literal dimming is a signal to your animal body that night is arriving. Then do one comforting task that you can repeat nightly. Wash your face, put water by the bed, set out the mug for morning tea or coffee, pet the dog or cat, step to the door and look at the sky. If you must return to a task, return with an agreement. 10 minutes, 1 page, 1 message. End again with the light dimmed. Repetition trains a pathway in your nervous system like a footpath in grass. Let's visit the workplace with letting go in hand. You send a thoughtful proposal. The reply is lukewarm or delayed. Craving wants praise. Pushing away wants to label everyone careless. Fog wants to give up. Practice the 3-line release. Line 1, what I offered. Line 2, what I cannot control. Line 3, what I'll do next. Write it somewhere you can see. I offered a clear plan. I cannot control their speed. I will send a brief check-in Thursday. Then loosen your grip by 5%. The project will still matter. You will still care. But your dignity will not be chained to the next ping. Self-talk upgrades guard the edge of letting go. The voice of craving often says, "You must do more to be enough." The voice of pushing away says, "If you don't fight, you'll be stepped on." Fog says, "It's hopeless. Have another screen." Rewrite the script in small, sturdy sentences. I am enough for this breath. Firm and kind is possible. Rest helps me see. Speak these not as magic, but as gentle counterweights. Put one on your phone lock screen, one on a sticky note by the sink. One as the title of a calendar block that says spacing for 10 minutes in the afternoon. Relationships are practice halls where all three frictions knock. With someone you love, try the practice of small kindness before big conversation. Make tea. Sit down. Name one thing you appreciate before you name the thing that hurts. Thank you for handling pickup. I also want to talk about the tone this morning. Appreciation doesn't erase the issue. It loosens the armor so the conversation has a chance. In the heat, return to the two-breath rule. Feel your feet. Ask, what do I want to grow here? Then speak in specifics, not absolutes. On Tuesday, when I asked for help with the dishes and it didn't happen, I felt alone. Not you never help. Specifics are ropes. Absolutes are snakes. There is a quiet scene from the Buddha's life that helps with priorities. He once picked up a handful of leaves and asked his students which were more, the leaves in his hand or the leaves in the forest. They said, the forest, of course. He said that what he taught was like the leaves in his hand, only what was necessary to end unnecessary suffering. In your day, there are forest leaves of distractions and hand leaves of what matters. Practice asking in the morning or before a stretch of work, what are my hand leaves today? You might choose 3. Move my body kindly, 1 clear piece of work, connect with someone I love. When forest leaves swirl, look down at your hand. Less drama, more real life. Anxiety often tries to help by rehearsing every possible future. Letting go does not mean pretending there is no danger. It means building a place inside where you can rest between checks. A practice for this is called calendar the fear. If your mind keeps circling a worry that can't be resolved tonight, finances, health results, a child's need, schedule a 15-minute block tomorrow for worry with a pen. Write it on a real or digital calendar. Promise your mind you'll meet the worry then with paper and clear seeing. Tonight, when the worry returns, say, I've calendared you. I'll meet you tomorrow at 10:30. Then escort your attention back to the body. 1 hand on your chest, 1 on your belly, 3 long exhales. Your mind learns over time that it does not have to work the night shift. When the world feels too much news, noise, the press of expectations, let your senses widen on purpose. Orient as a wild animal does without drama. Slowly look left and right, then up and down. Notice 3 things you can see, 3 you can hear, 3 you can touch. This isn't to ignore the world. It's to remind your body that it has a place in the world right now. The body calms when it knows where it is. Calm doesn't make you passive. It makes you capable. There's another old story about boats on a foggy river. You're rowing and another boat bumps into yours. If the boat is empty, you might look up, feel a thud, adjust, and move on. If there's someone in the boat and they seem careless, anger flares. The bump is the same. The story changes everything. Practice empty boat when you're jostled in daily life. The car that cuts you off, the curt email, the sigh in a line. Imagine, even if you don't know, that it's an empty boat or a tired human carrying more than you can see. Your body will feel the difference. You will still set boundaries. You will still write clear messages. The second arrow won't have to fly. Identity gets tangled with craving and aversion in subtle ways. I'm the reliable one. I don't miss things. That identity pulls you to say yes when your body says no. Or, I'm the independent one. I don't need help. That identity pushes away support you quietly long for. Try the low-stakes ask. Ask for help with something that won't embarrass your nervous system. Could you bring milk? Would you send me the link? Let the body feel that asking didn't end love. Then, when higher stakes asks arrive, your system has practiced. If grief is in your house, let's be gentle. Craving wants the old world back. Pushing away says, I can't feel this or I'll break. Fog says, float. Set up small containers for feeling so you don't drown. 10 minutes in the morning with the sky, a hand on your heart, and a phrase like, "I miss you." 10 minutes at night with a candle and a photo, and a phrase like, "Thank you." In the rest of the day, allow yourself to function without guilt. The containers don't fix grief. They teach your heart that it won't be ambushed all the time. That lesson is a kind of mercy. Now, a short practice to tuck in your pocket for any friction. The shoulder door. When a surge of craving, aversion, or fog hits, feel your shoulders. On the next exhale, imagine the shoulders as doors that can open by the width of one finger. Let them open. It's that small. One finger's worth of space lets breath move differently. One finger's worth of space lets a different sentence arrive. You might say, "I'm going to step outside for 2 minutes," or "I'll answer this with one clear line," or "I don't have to decide tonight." You do not need dramatic transformation. You need a finger-width door. As evening draws, let's wrap these threads into a soft ritual you can actually do. If you are still moving through chores, keep moving. Just let these words be the background. If you're in bed, tuck the blanket near your chin and let your jaw be easy. Begin with 3 breaths where the out-breath is longer. On each out-breath, whisper a word. Hear, soft, release. Find one true thing to name in your room. The shape of a lamp, the coolness of air at your nostrils. Place your hand where your body asks, chest, belly, cheek. Name the season you're in quietly, busy, mending, learning, caring, changing. Pick one hand leaf for tomorrow, one small thing that really matters. Picture yourself doing it with a kindly pace. Then scan for the rope that looks like a snake tonight. Name it. Smile a little at the mind's courage. Add light, one question to ask, one fact to check, or simply time. Say, "I'll see you in the morning." If sleep is near, let a sentence serve as a lullaby. "Nothing to earn right now," or "The bell can rest," or "Held, soft, space." If you're continuing, carry a pocket phrase. Stop, see, soften, step. Use it at the sink, at the door, at the message window. Before we close, offer yourself one blessing the way you bless strangers on your commute. Make it plain and human. May I be safe. May I move with ease. May I let go by 5%. The blessing is not a demand. It is a light left on in a window. Take one more slow inhale through your nose and a longer exhale through your mouth. Feel the small courage it takes to practice in ordinary life, to choose kindness over drama, to pick one hand leaf at a time. That courage is already here, in your ribs rising and falling, in your willingness to listen, to test, to rest. You are doing beautifully, not flawlessly, beautifully, which includes pauses, small repairs, and honest breaths. Thank you for walking this part of the path. When you are ready, drift towards sleep or move into the next quiet thing with the soft, steady knowledge that craving, pushing away, and fog can visit without running your house. You've placed chairs for them. You know where the door is. You know how to let them go. Adjust your blanket or the collar of your shirt. Let the light be kind. Take one slow inhale and a longer exhale, as if you were fogging a winter window. Feel the simple weight of being here. Tonight we'll gently reframe some of the mind's common traps, the shoulds, the comparisons, the thunderstorm of catastrophic what-ifs, and we'll place small, humane practices in their path. You don't need a new personality to feel different. You need a few honest turns of the head, a few phrases that fit in your pocket, a few breaths you can actually do while life continues. Begin with the word should. It arrives early, loud, and disguised as authority. I should be calmer. I should have finished by now. I should not feel this way. Should tightens the jaw and narrows the day. We won't fight it. We'll translate it. When a should appears, try saying the sentence out loud with one swap. Could, with care. I could finish one part with care. I could offer myself calm by softening my breath. I could feel what I feel and still choose a kind step. Notice the body's micro-response to this translation. It often releases by 5%. Could with care returns choice to your hands. Should removes it. You are not a delinquent student. You are the steward of your minutes. Try it now. Bring to mind the last should that visited you today. Speak its could with care version softly. Let your shoulders drop. Let the brow unfurrow by a thread. The mind may argue that should keeps you sharp. Smile a little, then test the truth in your actual body. Which sentence helps you move kindly? Let movement decide. Here is a kitchen story that carries this translation. A student once asked a teacher how to keep spiritual life alive in daily chores. The teacher didn't give a lecture. He said, "Have you eaten?" "Yes," the student said. "Then wash your bowl." Later, the student realized this was not an order. It was a doorway to presence. One thing done with care becomes a path. Tonight, if dishes wait, you can say, "I could wash this bowl with care," or "I could fill it with water as a gift to morning." Either choice is clean. The fight is what exhausts you. The care is what steadies you. The next trap is comparison. It wears good clothes. It says it is here to motivate you. But most days it steals sweetness. You scroll and see someone's highlight, book deal, glowing skin, tidy room, hiking at sunrise, and your mind decides to hold a court hearing for your worth. Try a practice called return to your lane. Place a hand on your heart for a breath. Whisper, "Same as me. The person in the square is human with mornings and aches." Then whisper, "Different conditions. You have different histories, bodies, responsibilities, luck. Same as me keeps you tender. Different conditions keeps you honest." After those two sentences, ask one small question. What would nourish my lane right now? Often the answer is humble. Drink water, write 3 lines, step outside, text a real friend. Comparison imagines a life. Nourishment builds one. If you'd like a story for comparison, imagine 2 gardeners in a monastery courtyard. One tended a pine that grew tall and spare. The other tended a plum that bent with fruit each spring. The pine gardener envied the heavy branches. The plum gardener envied the clear lines and winter green. An old nun walked by, saw their faces and chuckled kindly. "Trade eyes," she said. Each closed their eyes and, in their mind, looked at their tree with the other's gratitude. The pine became a poem of resilience. The plum became a festival of generosity. The gardeners did not swap trees. They swapped the way they saw. That is available to you at the sink, at your desk, in your feed. Trade eyes for a breath. Bless what is your own. Catastrophizing is another storm. The mind sprints ahead to map every cliff. If this email goes wrong, then they'll think this, then I'll lose that, then. The body believes the map and prepares for the fall. We won't shame the sprinter. It is trying to keep you safe. But a sprinter cannot hold the whole day. Try a 3-frame check. Frame 1, worst that is plausible. Speak it plainly, not in horror movie tones. Frame 2, best that is plausible. Let it have space. Frame 3, most likely, given real conditions. Name 1 step for the most likely frame. Then put your hand on your ribs and lengthen your out-breath. You can do this in a meeting, in a bathroom stall, while staring at your ceiling at 3 a.m. The point is not to banish fear. The point is to stop giving it the only microphone. Let's sit with a story that echoes here, one told about a bandit named Angulimala, feared for his harm. When he confronted the Buddha on the road and demanded he stop, the Buddha said, "I have stopped." He meant, I have stopped doing harm. The bandit, astonished by the calm, eventually stopped too. There's a quiet version of this for your inner bandit, the voice that harms you with pronouncements and doom. When you catch it cutting new notches in the necklace of worries, say inwardly, I have stopped. Then choose a non-harm step. Drink water, step outside, put the phone down for a minute, write a clean line of truth, apologize if needed, nap if that is what would keep you from spiraling. You do not need to wrestle the bandit to the ground. You can stop fueling it. People-pleasing is a trap with noble roots. You learned early that smoothing others smooth the air. But chronic smoothing erases you. Practice the warm no. Keep your voice gentle and your shoulders low. Thank you for asking. I can't take that on. Or, I want to give this the care it deserves. I'm at capacity. If your mouth can't form the no yet, try the not yet. I need to check and get back to you. Put your hand on the back of your neck for one breath after you send it. Feel the warmth of your own boundary. It is not a wall. It is a gate you open and close with care. Procrastination is the quiet sibling of resistance. It thrives in fog and shame. Treat it like a shy animal. Approach sideways with something called the 2-minute bridge. Promise yourself you will touch the task for 2 minutes, then stop. Set a visible timer. Open the document, title the note, lay out the tools, write the one clean line of purpose, then stop when the bell rings unless energy naturally continues. 2 minutes teaches your nervous system that the task does not bite. It breaks the seal of postponement. Even if you stop, you have already changed your relationship to the task. The next approach is easier. Here's a small practice for meetings that put your body on alert. It is called the soft crown and clear line. As the meeting starts, imagine a light scarf resting on the crown of your head. Let your neck lengthen. Let your jaw soften. Write one line on paper that names your role today. Offer one clear insight. Keep returning to the line. When tension rises, place the tip of your tongue lightly on the ridge behind your teeth and lengthen your exhale. Your nervous system hears that you are not in a hunt. You are in a conversation. Midday often leaks energy because transitions blur. Put a small ritual at the hinge. Step to a sink, wash your hands with warm water, and say a sentence to mark the turn. Morning is complete. Dry your hands slowly. Now I begin the next thing. The brain loves markers. Without markers, it drags previous rooms into new rooms and wonders why it feels crowded. A 10-second wash becomes a gatekeeper for sanity. Let's place these practices inside a day. You wake with a should storm. Should be up earlier. Should meditate longer. Should reply to all. You breathe. Swap should for could with care. I could sit for 5 breaths. You sit for 5 and call it a gift. At work, comparison shouts as you scroll. You place a hand on your heart. Same as me, different conditions. You ask, what nourishes my lane? You drink water and write 3 lines. A message arrives with a sharp tone. Catastrophe begins rehearsal. You run the 3 frames and choose the most likely step. Draft a clear, short reply after lunch. On the commute home, the urge to fix everyone's feelings climbs. You practice the warm no later when a request you cannot meet appears. In the kitchen, procrastination lurks. You try 2 minutes and end up doing 10, then you stop with dignity. Before bed, you wash your bowl. The day is not perfect. It is human and held. Technology deserves another gentle reframing. It is not the villain. It is a powerful spice. A little flavors the stew. Too much masks the food. If you want help, try 1 hour of grayscale on your phone in the evening. Colors are carnival barkers. Grayscale is a library. Or move the most tempting app off your home screen and place a photo there that reminds you of taste. Someone you love, a path in a park, the color of the late sky. When you reach for the app by habit and meet a face or a path instead, you may remember what you meant to nourish. When rage visits, see if you can distinguish its clean and dirty versions. Clean rage rises to protect life and dignity. Dirty rage wants to humiliate and dramatize. Your body knows the difference. Clean rage is grounded and specific. Dirty rage is buzzy and theatrical. If you notice the buzzy version, sit down if you can. Place both feet on the floor and breathe into the belly. Name what you want to grow: safety, clarity, respect, and then act from there. Speak one boundary, leave the room, write down what you will say when the storm passes. You honor the energy without letting it take the mic in a crowded room. Try a practice that makes room for the one inside you who fears making mistakes. It's called Tiny Dignities. Choose 3 tiny things you can complete cleanly today and do them as if the world depended on them. Make the bed, wipe the sink, send a thank you sentence to someone who helped you. Do not announce these online or to a crowd. Let them be private altars. Tiny dignities rebuild trust when your day feels wobbly. They are not avoidance. They are ballast. There is a scene from long ago in which a monk swept leaves while the wind kept dropping more. A passerby laughed. "Why sweep when the wind keeps going?" The monk smiled, kept sweeping, and said, "Because I love a clear path. You don't clear your inbox, your kitchen, your schedule because the wind will stop. You do it because momentary clarity helps you breathe. Then the wind goes on, and you sweep again when it's time. In your world, that might be 10 minutes of sorting mail, 5 of putting toys in a bin, 2 of deleting old downloads. Each sweep is not futile. It is a kindness to your future self. If you care for a child or an elder, the traps take new shapes. Should pretends you must be tireless. Comparison shows up as other families seem to. Catastrophe worries about every unknown. Practice the phrase real care, not heroic care. Real care is doable today. It includes your needs. It sounds like, "We will have eggs and toast again," and "We will sit on the floor for 5 minutes," and "I will ask the neighbor to pick up milk." Heroic care burns you up in a week. Real care hums for years. When guilt whistles, place a hand on your chest and whisper, "Enough for this breath." The body will feel the difference between a courtroom and a home. Workplaces sprout a trap called productivity theater, where people perform busyness to be seen as valuable. Step out gently. Let your value be the clarity and kindness of your output, not the volume of your keystrokes. Begin emails with one clean line that states purpose. End them with one clear next step. In meetings, offer one grounded contribution or one clarifying question. Then let silence have a turn. Your nervous system will thank you for not living on a stage. Sometimes the trap is deeper, an old belief that love must be earned by excellence or disappearing. This one deserves reverence. You don't have to solve it tonight. Place it in a ritual called the bench. Imagine a sturdy bench beneath a tree. Picture yourself sitting. Beside you sits the younger self who made that old contract. You turn your head and say, "Thank you for keeping us safe." Wait, ask, "What would help you rest now?" Maybe it's hearing, "I'll carry more of this from here." Maybe it's a real action tomorrow, a therapy appointment, a conversation, a day off the performance stage. Sit until one small next step appears, then stand and take it or write it down. This is not cosplay. It is the nervous system's language of images, used gently for repair. Let's create a simple midday reset you can actually do. Wherever you are, stand if possible. Let your arms float up on an inhale like a slow sunrise. On the exhale, let them fall with a soft whoosh of lips. Do this 3 times. Then look gently left, gently right, as if noticing a friend across a cafe. Whisper, "Here." Place one palm over the center of your chest for 2 breaths. Whisper, "Enough." The whole reset takes 40 seconds. Repeat at lunch at 3, before you leave work, when you walk in the door at home. These small stitches keep the fabric from fraying. Evenings grow steadier with a small schedule of mercy. Choose a closing action that signals to your body that you are no longer on the hook for everything. It might be placing your laptop in a bag and closing the zipper with a warm smile, or laying tomorrow's mug by the kettle, or lighting a small candle while you wash your face. Let your breath lengthen as you do it. Sense your day receding like a tide. Let the sand show again. As you wind down tonight, gather the reframes you touched. Should became could with care. Comparison became same as me, different conditions, then nourishment for your lane. Catastrophe lost its crown to 3 frames and a single next step. People-pleasing softened into the warm no. Procrastination met the 2-minute bridge. Rage found its clean ground. Transitions gained markers. Values replaced performance. The younger self was thanked, not scolded. This is not a self-help montage. This is the plain rebuilding of trust with your own life. Let's finish with a short weaving. Sit or lie comfortably. Inhale gently through the nose. Exhale longer through the mouth. Whisper one sentence you want to carry into tomorrow, simple and real. One clean line before action. Or 2 breaths before reply. Or wash my bowl. See yourself doing that one thing. Feel the small satisfaction of a path walked honestly. Place both hands on your belly and feel it rise like a small boat on a calm lake. If a thought knocks loudly, imagine placing it on the shore and waving. You are not refusing it forever. You are choosing rest before you continue. If sleep is near, let the room dim further inside and out. If you are continuing with your evening, step lightly into the next small thing with your sentence in your pocket. When you forget all of this, and you will return to the body. Breath in, longer breath out. One true thing, one kind step. That is a life. That is enough. Take a final slow inhale and an even slower exhale. Feel the warmth in your hands, the softening in your face, the quiet that grows when you stop arguing with the moment and begin to meet it. Thank you for practicing, for translating harshness into care, for choosing nourishment over performance. You are cultivating a daily peace that does not depend on applause. It is a steady lamp in a real window, and you are the keeper of its flame. Let the room cradle you. Adjust the pillow by a finger's width. Smooth the blanket, loosen the jaw. Take a slow breath in through your nose and a longer one out through your mouth. Feel the warmth of your own presence returning. Tonight we'll tend to the voice in your head, the one that narrates, nudges, scolds, cheers, warns, and sometimes won't stop talking. We're not going to silence it by force. We're going to invite it into a kinder room. Clear seeing, compassion, and letting go can reshape your inner speech into something usable, honest, and warm. Begin with a tiny check-in. Hear the current sentence in your mind, whatever it is. Is it helpful? If it is, bow to it like you would to a neighbor who lent you sugar. If it isn't, place a hand on your chest and whisper, "I'm here." That's the first upgrade. Before you edit the sentence, you enter the room and stand beside yourself. The inner critic often believes it is helping. It thinks harshness will keep you safe from failure or judgment. Sometimes the critic wears the mask of a past authority. Sometimes it's your own anxious brilliance trying to control the world with words. Clearseeing asks, is this voice useful right now? You can give it a job that fits its strength without letting it drive the car. You are good at spotting risks, you tell it. Please put them on a list. We'll review after I take one step. Feel how the body relaxes when the voice has a seat and a task rather than the steering wheel. Try a micro-practice called the warm coach. When a harsh sentence arrives, "You always mess this up. You look terrible. Why are you like this?" Translate it into a coach's voice that keeps dignity intact. The coach uses specifics, not global verdicts. The coach couples care with direction. "You're tired and the email got sloppy. Take 2 breaths, fix the first line, and send." Or, "You don't like what you see in the mirror right now. Be kind to the face that has carried you. Drink water. Stand in sunlight for a minute. Wear the soft shirt. Say it out loud if you can." The mouth teaches the brain. There is a gentle story from the old books about an angry man who hurled insults at the Buddha the way a storm throws branches. The Buddha listened and then asked, "If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does the gift belong?" The man answered, "To the one who offered it." The Buddha said, "Then I do not accept your anger. You can practice this inwardly. When the inner critic throws a wrapped package of humiliation, you do not have to accept it. You can say, 'I won't take that gift. I will take the part that helps me grow.' Then you write a single helpful sentence and walk away from the rest." A small ritual for returning unwanted gifts. Write the harsh sentence on a scrap of paper. Read it once. Circle any words that are facts. Underline any words that are knives. Keep the facts. Retire the knives. On the other side of the paper, write a single kind directive. Send the draft after 1 read. Take a 10-minute walk. Text a friend. Fold the paper and place it somewhere out of sight. You are telling your nervous system, "We chose. We moved on." Self-talk shifts when language becomes precise. Swap "I am" for "I feel" or "I notice." "I am a failure" becomes "I feel disappointed that the call went badly." "I am anxious" becomes "Anxiety is here." Notice the change in your body when you move from identity to experience. The shoulders don't have to brace as much. The breath sees a path. Now picture a morning mirror. The mind begins its old litany before your face finishes waking. Pause. Place one hand on the sink and feel the cool edge. Speak 3 true things that are not judgments. My eyes are here. Light is soft. Breath is moving. Then add one gentle greeting. Good morning, friend. If that feels too sweet, try, here we are. You are not trying to conjure a mood. You are telling your animal body that it is safe to exist before earning the right to exist. Workdays are fertile ground for self-talk upgrades. The inner voice often slides into courtroom mode. Prosecution, defense, witnesses, verdict. Replace the courtroom with a kitchen. Kitchens feed life. In a kitchen, you don't cross-examine the carrot. You chop what's in front of you in season as you go. When you catch the courtroom warming up, say, back to the kitchen. Then make one clean line that states purpose. This email confirms Thursday. And begin. If the critic mutters, nod and keep chopping. One sentence, then another. A body in motion teaches the mind a simpler rhythm. When you make a mistake, and you will, because you are alive, practice a 3-part repair. Name, impact, next step. I missed the detail. That cost us time. I fixed it and added a reminder. Then breathe out longer than you breathed in. Do not add self-indictments. You are not performing penitence to earn your place. You are practicing steadiness so your work and relationships can trust you. There is a story of the Buddha's son, Rahula, who was told to look into his actions as one would look into a mirror. Before, during, and after acting, he was to reflect. Does this lead to harm? Is this speech true and kind? If harm appears, repair. This mirror is a practice you can adopt without dogma. Before sending words, look. While speaking, feel your breath. Afterward, reflect and repair if needed. The point is not to become a statue of perfection. It is to become a person who stays in relationship with their own conscience in real time. The inner voice becomes less of a judge and more of a mirror holder. At home, self-talk can either inflame or soothe. Picture the familiar moment when you snap at someone you love. The critic rushes in with, "You ruin everything." Stop it at the door. Speak the two-sentence apology and the one-step repair. "I spoke sharply.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna step out for 2 minutes to cool down and then I'll make tea." Then go breathe where a wall meets the floor. Corners calm the nervous system by giving your eyes clear geometry. Come back and make tea. The critic will try to reopen the case. Let the kettle drown it out. Creativity needs a different tone of voice than efficiency. If you hear the critic saying, "This is nothing," reply with the phrase, "Right now I'm making clay." Clay is messy and essential. Set a timer for 10 minutes and write, sketch, sing, noodle. When the timer ends, stop. Do not grade the clay. Put it under a cloth until tomorrow. The voice that says, "Keep going until it's good," often belongs to fear dressed as excellence. We are building a steady habit, not a one-night miracle. Body image is one of the critic's favorite battlegrounds. If you've learned to be cruel to your own reflection, test a different sentence for a week. Not "I love every inch," which may feel fake, but "Thank you for working." Say it to your legs for carrying you, your hands for typing and cooking, your belly for digesting. Touch a forearm as you would a friend's shoulder. This is not a mantra to force. It's a tiny, honest courtesy repeated. Over time, courtesy softens contempt into care. There is an old metaphor of two kinds of teachers. One shouts from far away, the other walks beside you and points out where the ground is uneven. Let your inner voice be the walking teacher. When you catch yourself shouting from across a canyon, "You should have known better," walk closer. "That was hard. Here's where your foot can go next." Try it with something small tonight. The spoon goes in the drawer. The glass gets water. The phone goes face down in the other room. The walking teacher notices, guides, and doesn't make a scene. A practice for conflict that rewrites inner scripts. 1 breath longer and 1 degree kinder. When a sharp reply rises in your throat, breathe out once more than you want to. In that breath, edit the sentence by 1 degree. "You never help" becomes, "I need help with this tonight." "You're impossible" becomes, "I'm overwhelmed and need a different plan." If the other person is not available for kindness, you still are. Your nervous system hears your tone first. The 3 frictions, craving, pushing away, fog, sabotage self-talk in predictable ways. Craving wants praise and perfection, producing a voice that demands spectacle. "Make this amazing or you're nothing." Counter with the phrase, "Make it honest and done." Pushing away despises vulnerability. "Don't feel this. Toughen up." Counter with, "I can feel this" in tolerable sips. Fog mumbles, "Whatever, who cares?" Counter with, "I care enough for 5 minutes." These sentences are not slogans. They are handles you can grab when the stairs are slick. Give the inner critic a new name that reveals its intention. Protector is common, but choose one that makes you smile. Weather forecaster, risk radar, overeager guard. When it starts talking, greet it by name. "Thank you, risk radar." Put your notes on the table. "I'll look at them at 2. Then set a reminder for 2. At 2, look for 1 useful detail. The rest goes into the recycle bin. Accountability builds trust between you and your own mind. Use your senses to reset the voice when it spins. Place the tip of your tongue lightly on the ridge behind your upper teeth. Breathe through your nose and let your exhale be longer. This tiny posture tells your nervous system that you are not about to shout or run. Touch your own forearm with the same pressure you'd use with a sleeping child. The body interprets this as safety. The voice lowers its volume to match. If worry loops at night, practice the tuck-in. Place a notepad by the bed. When the voice tries to manage the next 3 years, give it a tiny box. 1 line, not a paragraph. Write the 1 line, then whisper, "Tomorrow, 10:30. You keep your promise by placing a worry with a pen block on your calendar. Tonight, your job is to sleep or rest. If sleep doesn't come, you still practiced not making the night a battleground. The world's voices can collide with your own. We carry comments from old teachers, ex-partners, bosses, strangers in checkout lines. Sometimes they still speak. The gift of anger story helps here too. Not all packages belong to you. Ask, whose voice is that? If it is not yours and not in service of your values, set it down. If a piece is useful, like a note to check your math, keep the piece and discard the insult. This selective acceptance is not defensiveness. It is discernment. Let's walk through a real day with upgraded self-talk. You wake late. The sentence "you're already behind" knocks loudly. You answer, "I'm here." 1 breath, 1 clean step. You make the bed with 2 smooth tugs. In the mirror, the face is puffy. "Thank you for working." You say, "Splash water, sip water." At work, a comment stings. The courtroom tries to open. Back to the kitchen, you tell yourself. 1 clean line. "This is to clarify Tuesday." You type and send. In the afternoon, energy dips. The voice says, "You're lazy." You answer, "I'm tired." 10-minute walk. Then 7 minutes on the next piece. You walk. You work 7 minutes and see momentum return. On the way home, a car cuts in. Rage stirs a speech. You breathe, imagine an empty boat, and say 1 boundary aloud in your car: "I'll leave extra room." At night, you slip and snap. You repair. "That was sharp."
I'm sorry. Yeah.
You end with 3 sentences whispered into your pillow. "I will be a warm coach. I will make clay. I will rest enough to see." Use a small, steady ritual to reinforce these upgrades. The pebble pocket you learned earlier can track kind sentences too. 3 beans start in your left pocket. Each time you translate a harsh line into a warm coach line, move a bean. At night, count the beans in your right pocket. If there are none, place your hand on your chest and say, "Even so, I'm here." Shame is not allowed to audit this practice. There's a story of a carpenter who taught apprentices to run their fingertips along a plank to feel for the almost invisible ridges that would catch on skin. "The plane will show you, but your fingers will teach you faster," he would say. Your self-talk is like that plank. Your body feels the ridges first. Jaw tightness, belly clench, breath trapped high. Run your attention along the plank a few times a day. When you feel a ridge, 1 pass with a kindness plane. Translate a sentence, lengthen an exhale, drop your shoulders by a finger's width. The day runs smoother not because life changed, but because the sharp edges got sanded. You can invite others into your upgrade. Ask a trusted person to be your mirror for a week. Give them 1 line to say when they hear your critic take over. Kitchen, not courtroom. Warm coach. 2 breaths. Keep it playful and gentle. Shame is not a teacher here. Friendship is. As you move toward rest, we'll weave a closing practice for the voice. Sit or lie down as you are. Let your mouth be soft. Place 1 hand over your heart and 1 over your belly. Inhale for 4 like filling a bowl. Pause for 1. Exhale for 6 like pouring water back. Do 3 rounds. Bring to mind 1 sentence your critic said today. Hear it fully. Now imagine it written on a chalkboard. With your next exhale, pick up a soft cloth and wipe the sentence halfway away, leaving only the factual words. With the inhale, write beneath the remnants a warm coach reply. "Here's what would help now." Say it once. Then imagine both sentences dissolving into steam that fades into the room. Feel your hands. Feel the rise and fall. Whisper, "Thank you, voice, for trying to protect me." Learn to speak kindly. If you feel silly, good. Silliness means the practice is light enough to carry. For sleep, carry 3 phrases that have soothed people for centuries, softened into plain language. May I be safe. May I move with ease. May I rest. Say them on 3 breaths. If you're continuing your evening, carry 1 sentence into the next room. Warm coach, small step. Let it guide your tone with yourself, and you'll notice it naturally guiding your tone with others. You are not trying to install a new personality overnight. You are teaching your voice how to be a kinder companion, 1 sentence at a time, 1 breath at a time. Some days it will forget and return to old scripts. That's allowed. You'll notice, translate, repair, and continue. The steady practice changes the feel of your whole life, the way changing the light bulb in a room makes every object easier to see. Take 1 last slow inhale and an even longer exhale. Feel the relief of not having to argue with yourself. Feel the dignity of being spoken to with care, even by your own mind. Let your face rest. Let your shoulders rest. Let your day rest. The lamp is still lit. You are learning to speak like someone who loves you. Let the room come toward you like a tide at dusk. Smooth your blanket or rest your hands where they feel at home. Let the mouth soften and the breath lengthen by a small, kind measure. You've been practicing compassion, clear seeing, and letting go in ordinary rooms. Tonight we'll invite 2 more companions to sit with us. Quiet joy and steady balance. So the house of your day has a warm lamp in every corner. Some call these qualities loving kindness, compassion, joy for others, and equanimity. We'll keep them simple. Warmth, care, gladness, steadiness. For friendly rooms you can step into at any time. Start with warmth, the simple wish that you and those around you be well. Not a performance, not a halo, just the way your chest loosens when you see someone you love step in the door. Try this. On your next 2 exhales, whisper inside, "May I be gentle with myself." On the next 2, think of 1 person you'll see tomorrow and whisper, "May you feel ease." If it feels right, add a stranger, someone from the bus or the cafe, and whisper, "May you have what you need." That's all. You are planting small lamps along a path you already walk. Move to care, the willingness to lean toward hurt with steady hands. You've practiced this with yourself. Hand to heart, clear sentences, clean repairs. Offer the same to others without theatrics. Your body knows the stance. Feet on the ground, jaw soft, eyes kind, words simple. I hear you. That sounds hard. I'm here. Care doesn't fix everything. It makes a room livable while life moves. Now gladness, joy that isn't possessive. This one is a quiet antidote to comparison. Instead of shrinking when someone shines, you let their light extend yours. Try a small practice called 3 glimmers. Before bed, call to mind 3 good things that happened to others today. Not yours, theirs. A coworker's breakthrough. Your neighbor's garden heavy with tomatoes. A friend's laughter in a voice note. Let your chest widen for each one by a finger's width. Whisper, "I'm glad for you." Notice how your body feels when you practice gladness. For many, it's like a stubborn, clenched place loosens without argument. Finally, steadiness, equanimity, the calm seat in the boat when winds change. It's not numbness. It's the wisdom to feel without drowning and to act without flailing. A sentence for this room. I care deeply, and I can't carry it all. Try it softly. See if your shoulders hear the invitation. There's a story in the old books about a lotus in a muddy pond. The flower doesn't refuse the mud. It rises through it, fed by it, and opens clean on the surface. Joy is like that. It doesn't deny the mud of the world. It draws nourishment from truth and still opens. Tonight, if the news has been heavy or your day felt like wading through silt, picture a single lotus opening right where you are, on your pillow, by your sink, on your desk. Joy doesn't roar. It uncurls. Let's walk these rooms through a day. Morning. The mind hints at a storm before your feet touch the floor. Warmth first. Good morning, friend. You say to your own reflection. Care next. Hand to heart, one steady breath. Gladness. You think of someone you love and enjoy a single detail about them. The crease by their eye when they smile. Steadiness. You name the season you're in so expectations match reality. Today is a tide day. We'll move with it. You haven't added time to the morning. You've changed the quality of it by a few breaths. At work, a colleague shares good news. Notice any pinch of comparison. Don't scold it. Label it. Pinch. Then practice gladness on purpose. I'm happy for you. Maybe you say it aloud. Maybe you write a quick note. You're not erasing your own goals. You're watering a field where many things can grow. Strangely, when you practice joy for others, your own creativity loosens. You spend less time holding the door shut against other people's success and more time walking through your own. When you face a setback, a proposal falls flat, a plan changes at the last minute, step into steadiness. Try a micro-practice called Name the Wind. Say quietly which wind just blew. Loss, blame, praise, gain, pleasure, pain, up, down. The world is full of winds. Boats don't yell at wind. They trim sails. After naming, ask, what sail needs trimming? Maybe it's your timeline. Maybe it's your tone. Maybe it's your expectations of perfect conditions. This is equanimity in a chair at your desk. A classic image for steadiness is the earth itself. People praise it and walk gently. People curse it and stomp. The earth holds both without flinching because it is vast. You can borrow this image when your name is praised or dragged. When the email is sweet or sharp, whisper, be like the earth. Feel your sit bones heavy, your breath quiet. The sentence won't solve the problem. It will keep you from toppling while you handle it. Listening becomes different in these rooms. Many conversations are like two people throwing words toward a door that's barely open. Try opening the door wide by mirroring one true thing the other just said. Not a therapy script, a human gesture. You've been carrying this alone. Or, you want clarity on the timeline. Then add one warm, clear sentence that places you in the room. I want that too. Here's what I can offer. You will feel your own system calm when you stop arguing about doors and start opening them. There's a familiar story of several blind travelers meeting an elephant for the first time. One touches the leg and says it's a pillar, another the ear and says it's a fan, another the tail and says it's a rope. Each is right about a part, wrong about the whole. If you remember this while listening, you'll argue less. You're feeling a leg. They're holding the ear. Warmth and curiosity let you walk around the animal together. Sometimes the best kindness is quiet. A friend shares a victory. You feel gladness rise and you amplify it with a tiny ritual, 3 breaths while you picture their face bright. Then a quick message, proud of you. No caveats, no pivot to yourself. That sentence is a lamp in their room and in yours. Sometimes the best steadiness is a limit. A request arrives when you're already full. Your nervous system wants to make a promise your body can't keep. Try the warm gate. I'm at capacity. I can help Friday for 90 minutes. The gate swings on clear hinges, what you can't do and what you can. Close with a small kindness if it's true. I'm rooting for this. That blend is teachable. Your body will trust you more when you speak this way. Capacity can be trained, and gladness helps. There is a teaching about a lump of salt. Put it in a small cup and the water is too salty to drink. Drop the same salt in a wide lake and you can't taste it. The salt is the difficulty. The lake is your heart's capacity. How do you widen the lake? One way is by feeding it good water, tiny moments of joy noticed on purpose. Try a practice called 3 sips. 3 times today, pause for a 2-breath sip of something pleasant. The feel of warm water on your hands. The smell when you open a jar of spices. The weight of a sleeping pet against your shin. Label it softly. Pleasant. Let your ribcage widen. You're not hoarding pleasure. You're widening the lake so when salt is thrown in, the water remains drinkable. Parenting or caregiving lives inside these 4 rooms every hour. When a child beams because they built a lopsided tower, step into gladness. Say one sentence of delight that uses their words. You stacked it so high. When a meltdown hits in the car seat, step into steadiness. Lower your voice, lengthen your exhale, and say, I'm here, we'll breathe. Later, when you replay the day and your critic wants the mic, step into warmth for yourself. That was hard. I kept returning. Care doesn't always feel like a movie scene. Feels like showing up again with soft hands. Bring these rooms to the phone too. Before you open a sprawling thread, whisper, warmth. Before you reply to a tense message, whisper, steadiness. Before you scroll, whisper, gladness. And look for one thing to genuinely celebrate without envy. If you feel yourself harden, take the window breath. Look out a literal window if there's one, or look to the far wall if there isn't. And breathe as if your chest had windows that could open by an inch. Let light in, then choose. Workplaces mellow when credit flows. Practice a small gladness called name the hand. When you present a result, name one helpful hand out loud. Thanks to Maya for the data pull. Your own name doesn't shrink by sharing light. You become the kind of person people trust around lamps. Steadiness also means knowing where your circle ends and the wider world begins. The news can rattle the bones. Choose a rhythm that protects your nervous system while keeping your heart engaged. Many find it helpful to set 2 brief windows for news and to pair reading with one tangible act. Donate, call, write, help a neighbor. Otherwise, you're asking your body to swallow more salt than your lake can handle. Boundaries are compassion for the nervous system. A story returns us to simple awe. Ananda, the Buddha's attendant, once remarked on how beautiful the forests were after rain. The Buddha said, "Yes, Ananda, the world is bright. That's all."
No lecture, no moral.
Just a noticing that sharpened the senses and softened the mind. Let yourself be startled by small brightness. Streetlight on wet pavement. A child's mispronounced word that sounds like a poem. Steam curling from a mug like a tiny banner. Awe is not frivolous. It's fuel. Language can carry all 4 rooms at once. Try this blend in a difficult conversation. Warmth, I care about us. Care, I see this as hurting. Gladness, I'm grateful for the parts that work. Steadiness, here's what I can do and what I can't. Say it slowly with an exhale between clauses. Your nervous system will put its shoulders down even if the conversation stays complex. In the late afternoon, when many people sag, walk the corridor of the 4 rooms with a minute in each. Warmth, hand to heart. May I be gentle. Care, hand to belly. What would help my capacity? Gladness, eyes at the window. Name one small beauty. Steadiness, feet on the ground. Name the wind. Trim one sail. For minutes, you can do it waiting for water to boil in a bathroom stall by the copier at a playground bench. No one sees the architecture you're building, but they'll feel it in your tone. Sometimes joy feels far away because grief is close. Don't force gladness. Let it sit beside grief like two friends who don't need to talk. Practice this sentence. Joy can be quiet. Maybe your joy tonight is the way the blanket's edge feels against your wrist, the sound of a night train in the distance, the way your breath keeps arriving. Small is real. Real is enough. There's a humble practice for bed called the 4-room check. Lying down, take 1 breath for each room. Warmth. May I be kind to myself. Care. May what hurts be held. Gladness. Thank you for 1 small brightness. And name it. Steadiness. May I rest in what I can't control. Let the words be barely audible, as if you were speaking to a sleeping child across the room. If sleep comes, good. If not, you are still resting in rooms that hold you. When you wake in the night, thoughts may try to drag you into building blueprints for the next decade. Return to steadiness by feeling where your body meets support. Back of the head, shoulder blades, hips, heels. Whisper, held. Return to warmth by placing a hand on your chest. Whisper, friend. Return to care by loosening your jaw. Whisper, soft. Return to gladness by remembering a single laugh from this week. Whisper, thank you. You are not solving the night. You are sitting in good rooms until morning. With children or coworkers or partners, you can teach these rooms without naming them. You do it by modeling. Celebrate small wins out loud. Admit limits without shame. Repair quickly and keep going. Notice beauty where others hurry past. The people around you learn the blueprint by feel, not by lecture. Your steadiness becomes permission. Inside you, parts that feel young will relax when they see you walking these rooms. The one who once carried too much learns to ask for help because steadiness is allowed to set gates. The one who once starved for praise learns to drink from the fountain of gladness without grabbing. The one who once braced against disappointment learns warmth that doesn't vanish when plans change. This is not abstract. It shows up when you choose to sit for 1 breath before replying. When you say, I can't tonight. When you clap for someone else's turn and mean it. Close your eyes if that is safe or lower your gaze. Imagine a small house lit from within. On the front step, you put a tiny sign, Welcome, Dear One. Walk to the first room, warmth. Sit on a cushion for 1 breath. Walk to the second, care. Put a glass of water on a small table and take 1 sip. Walk to the third, gladness. Open a window, feel night air. Walk to the fourth, steadiness. Place a heavy book on a shelf and feel how the shelf holds. Then imagine yourself turning off the hallway light while the rooms stay softly lit. You don't have to patrol the house all night. The house knows how to glow. Before we end, a small ritual for tomorrow. Choose 1 person who might be relieved by a sentence from you. Not a project. Person. Write their name on a slip of paper. Under it, write 1 sentence you'll send. Thinking of you. Proud of your quiet work. Thank you for the way you show up. Put the paper where you'll see it in the morning. Joy likes to travel, and when you give it a ride, it refuels you on the way. Let's breathe together once more. Inhale gently for 4. Pause for 1. Exhale for 6. Whisper warmth on the first. Care on the second. Gladness on the third. Steadiness on the fourth. Sense how they're not separate rooms after all, but 1 space with different lamps, all fed by the same unseen current. The simple willingness to meet life as it is with an open, honest heart. If sleep is close, let it come on a low tide. If you have a bit more night to travel, carry this sentence in your pocket. Let me meet this moment with warmth, care, gladness, and steadiness. Speak it to the sink, to the inbox, to the pillow, to your own reflection. The day will change when you do. You are doing beautifully, not because anything is perfect, but because you are learning to live in good rooms. Thank you for walking here with me. Settle once more, dear friend. Let the room meet you like warm water meets a hand. No rush, no demand. If you are in bed, smooth the corner of your pillow. If you're on a couch, shift your weight by an inch until your spine says yes. Soften your gaze or close your eyes if that feels right. Take a slow inhale through the nose, pause for a heartbeat, and let a longer exhale drift out like steam. Tonight we'll practice a gentle art that runs under everything else you do, the art of time and pace. Not as a spreadsheet, but as a body rhythm. We'll explore how to move through a day without wearing a busy badge as armor, how to shape time into a kind home, and how to let time soften around you the way a path softens under loyal feet. Begin with a small experiment. Whisper the sentence, "There is not enough time." Feel what happens in your shoulders, your jaw, your breath. Now whisper, "There is enough time for the next kind step." Notice the shift, maybe only 5%, but real. Our schedules are tight. Our minutes do not multiply on command. Even so, the nervous system opens when you offer it one step, not the whole staircase. That opening is where wise action lives. Time has textures: rush, drag, hum, hush. Clear-seeing notices which texture is present and chooses a fitting pace. The middle way you've heard about is not only a philosophy, it's a pace. Too tight, you snap. Too loose, you drift. Just enough, you hum. Tonight we'll train just enough. A story to carry with you. A young woodcutter boasted of his speed. He swung from dawn to noon without pause and felt proud of the blisters that proved his effort. An older lumberer worked nearby, stopping every hour. The younger scoffed, "You're resting." The older smiled, "I'm sharpening." At day's end, the older had cut more with less strain. You know this story in your bones. Sharpening is not luxury. It is pace. In modern life, sharpening looks like water, a minute of breath, a clear purpose line before you type, standing to stretch, stepping to a window. Each pause is not lost time. It is time that returns as clarity. Let's make pacing practical with a tiny framework called first, middle, last. For anything that takes more than a few minutes, an email, a meeting, a drive, a chore, 10 the first minute, the middle minute, and the last minute. First minute, set the tone. One breath longer out than in. Name the purpose in one clean line. This email confirms Friday. This wash is for 3 key items. This walk is to reset. Middle minute, check your body. Jaw soft, shoulders down, exhale long. If your body is braced, you are paying a hidden tax. Last minute, close with care. One sentence of appreciation, one clear next step, or a tidy end. Lid on the pan, tab closed, laptop into a bag. The first minute prevents drift. The middle minute keeps you humane. The last minute frees you to leave without a tale of psychic clutter. Now, a calendar practice called stones in the stream. Picture your day as a shallow stream with flat stones for your feet. You don't need to pave the riverbank. You only need enough stones to cross. In the morning, choose 3 stones, 3 humane anchors. One for body, move, drink, or rest. One for work, one clear deliverable or honest step. One for connection, a real check-in with someone. Place them where they fit. When the river rushes, step on a stone. If you add a 4th, let it be margin, 10 to 15 minutes of nothing scheduled, on purpose, somewhere you usually crash. Margin is a kindness that keeps you from slipping between stones. Identity clings to speed. Many of us wear busy like a metal, proof we matter. When you notice the urge to flash the metal, try a soft swap. From busy to full. How's your day? Full, and I'm pacing it. Full respects reality without glamorizing depletion. Your nervous system hears the difference. Technology bends time into sticky loops. Let's add a doorway to the loops. A phrase you'll use every time you reach for a screen. What is the sentence? Say it silently, then answer, check train time, send Sam the link, enjoy 3 photos. When the sentence is done, step through an imaginary doorway labeled done. If you keep scrolling, notice without scolding, and look for the doorway again. You are training completion, which builds trust. Trust quiets the not enough drum. Pace also lives in speech. Many of us are quick responders by habit, either to show competence or to avoid discomfort. Practice 2-breath replies in live conversations. Let the other person's last word land. Take 2 slow breaths while you feel your feet. Then reply with 1 sentence. 2 breaths are not rude. They are respectful. You will find that your words get shorter and kinder, and your evenings get quieter because you have fewer messes to repair. There's an old scene about a farmer whose work never ends. A neighbor asked, "How do you rest when there's always more to do?" The farmer replied, "I stop while the sun still shows me the way home." Rest is a direction, not a reward. Try stopping when a task has a natural pause, not when you are shattered. Wrap the cords while you still have breath to spare. Lay the brush in the jar before you've squeezed out the last drop. Put the laptop away with a small smile. Your body will learn that you are not a driver who runs the tank dry every night. Here is a micro practice to make stopping real. The soft bell. Choose a sound you hear daily. The kettle's click, a phone vibration, a train horn, birds at dusk. Let that sound become your bell for a 1-breath pause. Each time it rings, out-breath longer than in. Whisper, arriving. Then continue. This stitches a rhythm of arrival through your day without any new app or shrine. Lunch can be a whole practice or a blur. If you can eat 1 mindful bite, not a saintly ritual, just 1 bite where you actually taste. Feel texture, temperature, the way hunger changes. That 1 bite anchors the meal in the body. If lunch is a desk sandwich, turn your head and let your eyes rest on a far corner of the room for 10 seconds. Distance calms the nervous system. Your body hears, not a hunt, just food. Time scarcity pairs with perfectionism like flint and steel. You think, if I do it perfectly, it will be safe, and time laughs. Practice good enough with care again, but add a pacing trick. Limit polish. Give yourself 1 polish pass, not 5. Name it before you begin. 1 pass to correct tone and typos, then send. Put a finger on your wrist while you read so the body stays in the loop. When you press send, feel the pulse. You are alive. The world did not end. The calendar opens because you stopped sanding the same board to dust. Commutes are sneaky thieves of presence. Use markers. At the halfway point, turn your music down for 1 minute and open your peripheral vision. See the edges of your sight widen. Then turn music back up. If you walk, pick 1 tree or signpost as a standing friend. Touch it with your eyes each day and silently say, "Still here." Markers turn mushy time into shape time that honors you. Now a parable you can keep in your pocket. A visitor arrived at a small riverside hermitage boasting of their schedule, their productivity, their time hacks. The old woman who swept the steps listened, nodded, and asked if the visitor had ever watched bamboo in wind. "Yes," they said. "Then you know," she replied, "it bends. It does not become wind." The visitor laughed and then grew quiet. Your pace can bend. You do not have to become the weather of your inbox or the gusts of demand. Bending is not weak. Bamboo survives storms because it does not pretend to be stone. We'll build a weekly ritual that requires less than 15 minutes and changes the feel of 7 days. Call it the small Sabbath. Choose a time you can usually keep: Sunday afternoon, Friday evening, Monday dawn. Light a candle if you like, or pour a glass of water and place it where you can see it. Do 4 things. Look back. Name 1 thing to bless from the previous week. Small is fine. kept a promise to myself, laughed with my sister. Bow your head slightly. The nervous system registers closure. Look forward. Choose 2 stones for the week, 1 body care, 1 relationship care. Put them on your calendar as if they were meetings with someone you respect. Because they are. Clear path. Spend 5 minutes moving obstacles. Launder the thing you always hunt for. Put paper and pen by the bed. Set out the mug for morning. Refuel the car if that's your pattern of stress. Name gate. Decide where your time gate is 1 hour this week with lower stimulation. Note it. Tell 1 person if that helps. Your gate protects your lake when the salt is thrown. Blow out the candle or sip the water. You have just sharpened the axe for 7 days. Parents and caregivers, pacing belongs to you too. The world may not grant you long stretches. Use seams. When a child's show ends, take the seam between episodes to stand at a window for 3 breaths. When a nap starts, set a 3-minute timer before chores and lie down with a hand on your belly. Your mind will scream, "We don't have time." Practice answering, "We have time for 3 breaths." Those breaths are the wood that keeps your fire from smoking. Workplaces reward speed signals. You can still be responsive without being frantic. Try status with steadiness. When someone requests a thing, reply with a clear when that respects your capacity. I can get you a draft by Thursday noon. Meet your when or notify early if it must move. This reputation, clear and humane, helps people trust you more than a flurry of midnight pings. Your body trusts you too. Let's talk about the identity of urgency. Many of us were trained to treat every ping like a fire alarm. Make 3 tiers: fire, important, normal. Put a sticky note with those 3 words near your screen. Before you answer a ping, point at a tier. If it's fire, rare, move with speed and breath. If it's important, common, schedule a near time and mark it. If it's normal, most, bundle it with 2 others and handle the bundle at a set time. Bundling returns chunks of clear attention to you. Clear attention is where good work lives. A small sensory ritual for transitions. The corner breath. Where 2 walls meet the ceiling, let your eyes rest for 1 inhale and exhale before switching tasks. Corners are simple geometry. The animal body relaxes with clear lines. This becomes a hinge you can find anywhere. In a meeting room, a kitchen, a bus, so you don't drag one room's dust into the next. At night, many minds sprint laps around the track of what I didn't finish. Try the ledger of enough. On a scrap by your bed, write 3 lines: 1 thing I did, 1 thing I felt, 1 thing I cared for. Keep it plain. Sent the note. Felt sad and kept moving. Watered the plant. Closed the notebook. Your nervous system needs to know you saw your day. Seeing ends the sprint. Another story. 2 monastics argued about the best time to practice. One said mornings, when the mind is fresh. The other said nights, when the world is quiet. A teacher listening nearby laughed gently. Practice when you remember, she said, and practice again when you forget. This is pace. You will forget the doorway sentence. You will sprint when walking would do. You will polish beyond what's kind. Then you will remember. You will stop and land 1 breath. You will try first, middle, last for the next thing. You will place stones in your stream. You will forgive the sprint without awarding it a trophy. Self-talk upgrades support pace. Replace "I'm behind" with "I'm arriving." Replace "I don't have time for this" with "I'll give this the time it needs or I'll reschedule on purpose." Replace "I must finish everything" with "I'll finish 1 clean piece." Say them aloud in a low voice. Your body trusts low voices more than thoughts shouted silently. Clutter warps time by making every decision heavier. You don't need a dramatic purge tonight. Practice the 1 square foot ritual. Choose one small surface, corner of a desk, a nightstand. Clear it completely. Wipe it. Place back only what serves tonight and tomorrow. Step away. That foot of clear space becomes a visual breath in your day. A week of 1 foot clears gives you a path you can see. Relationships carry their own clocks. Some people speak in spirals, others in straight lines. Pace together by agreeing on containers. 10 minutes to check in, then decide on dinner. 15 minutes to brainstorm, then pick one. If emotions surge, remember the hourglass. Flip it for 2 minutes of pause. Look down as sand falls. Breathe with it. Resume with lower heat. The container protects the connection. When grief or fear is strong, pace shrinks. That's okay. Switch from marathon to lap. One lap might be standing on the porch and naming 3 sounds. Another lap might be writing a single line to someone who loves you, thinking of you. Another lap might be washing 1 bowl. Laps count. Laps are holy when miles are impossible. Bring joy into pace, or pace becomes gray. Make a list of small pleasures you can reach in 60 seconds. Slice of citrus, smell of coffee beans, a single paragraph of a favorite book, a stretch with arms wide, the first note of a song you love. Place this list where your tired eyes will see it. When the day thins, choose one. Joy is fuel, not a distraction. Even your environment can help. Lighting is a metronome. In the last hour of the evening, dim 1 lamp by a notch. Your animal body reads darkness as permission to slow. Sound is a metronome. Choose gentler sounds after dinner, no judgment, simply pace by design. Textures are metronomes. Change into softer clothes earlier than you think you're allowed to. The body hears the signal and lets the mind follow. Let's weave a short practice to tuck the teachings into your body. Sit or lie how you are. Inhale gently for 4. Pause for 1. Exhale for 6. Whisper. Arriving. Picture your day as a stream. Place 3 stones. Body, work, connection. See yourself stepping 1, 2, 3. Now bring to mind the next thing you'll do after this part. Name the first minute. 1 clean line of purpose. Name the middle minute. Soft jaw, long exhale. Name the last minute. A clear close. Feel your shoulders drop by 5%. Whisper. Enough for the next step. If sleep is near, practice the lantern path. Imagine placing 5 small lanterns from your pillow to your dreams. Lantern 1, water sip. Lantern 2, phone away. Lantern 3, gratitude for 1 unremarkable kindness from today. Lantern 4, 3 slow breaths with hands where they wish to rest. Lantern 5, a sentence that tucks you in. I stop while the sun still shows me the way home. Or simply, I can rest. Walk the lanterns with your breath. Let darkness be a friend again. If you have more evening, carry a pocket phrase. Pace is care. Say it at the sink, in the hallway, in a message thread. Let it shape your tempo just enough that you feel human again. Before we close, bow inwardly to the parts of you that learn speed as safety. Thank them. You helped me then. Offer them a new agreement. We'll go just fast enough to be kind. Feel how the breath answers by lengthening to match your promise. Take 1 last slow inhale and a longer exhale. Sense the room. Sense your weight. Sense the soft revolution of choosing pace in a culture that pushes the pedal to the floor. You are not opting out of life. You are opting into a way of moving that lets you stay. Staying is where love lives. Staying is where good work happens. Staying is where rest can find you. You're doing beautifully, not quickly, beautifully, and that is enough for tonight. Settle in, dear friend. Let the room find its quiet shape around you. If you can, let your jaw loosen by a thread and allow the out-breath to be a touch longer than the in-breath. Notice the simple kindness of being held by the bed, the chair, the couch. Tonight we'll practice an old, shimmering art with very simple hands. Seeing without adding. It is one of the clearest paths to ease, I know, meeting what appears at your senses as just what it is, and letting everything extra soften. This is not a trick for monks alone. It is for the kitchen light, the crosswalk, the shower steam, the message bubble on your phone. When you see without adding, the day stops arguing with you. It becomes a place you can walk. There's an old story about a wanderer named Bahia who sought peace everywhere and could not find it. When he finally met the Buddha, he begged, "Teach me quickly. I may not have much time." The teaching was simple and bright as water in a cup. In the scene, only the seen. In the heard, only the heard. In the sensed, only the sensed. In the known, only the known. No embroidery, no extra story. The wanderer listened with his whole body. He practiced immediately, seeing just seeing, hearing just hearing, and the extra knots began to fall away. The story says his heart grew free in that very clarity. Whether or not you believe in miracles, you can test the essence tonight. In the scene, just the lamp. In the heard, just the hum. You don't have to carry everything the mind wants to pack. Try it now for half a minute. Gently open your attention to what you see. Let 2 or 3 shapes rest in your field. Perhaps the edge of a curtain, the curve of a cup, the patch of wall where shadow turns to dim light. Whisper inwardly, "Only the seen." Let your shoulders drop. Now shift to hearing. Notice the furthest sound, then the nearest. A distant engine, a fridge, your own breath. Whisper, "Only the heard." Then touch. The weight of fabric on your skin, the contact of heel or hip or back with support. Whisper, "Only the sensed." Finally, mind stuff, a thought fluttering by. Don't chase it. Notice, only the known. That's all. You did not abandon your life. You trimmed the excess. The nervous system learns this quiet border and thanks you. Everyday life gives you chances all day to practice this unadding. You pick up your phone and the lock screen shows a name you weren't expecting. The body leaps to a movie. Pause. Only the scene, a name on glass. Only the sensed, a body tightening. Only the known, a thought wanting to run. You breathe. You choose the next kind step. Open if you have capacity, wait if you don't. You walk to the sink and someone left dishes. The mind begins its script. Pause. Only the scene, a pan, a glass. You ask, would washing now feel like care, or would soaking be kinder? The decision becomes simple because you removed the courtroom from the kitchen. This seeing without adding does not make you dull. It makes you precise. The precision saves energy that would have gone to drama. That energy returns as warmth, and you spend it on what you actually love. The mind will resist, of course it will. Thinks its extras keep you safe, and sometimes they have. You can thank that part and offer it a new job. You love to imagine. Please step in when we plan and design. For the next minute, we're practicing only the seen and heard. Watch how the critic calms when it has a task and a boundary. There is a related story from Zen that loosens the grip of striving. A student named Mazu was famous for fierce sitting practice, trying hard to become enlightened. His teacher, Nanue, found him and began polishing a roof tile. Mazu asked, confused, "Master, why are you polishing a tile?" Nanue said, "To make a mirror." Mazu laughed. "How can polishing a tile make a mirror?" The teacher smiled. "How can sitting to become a Buddha make a Buddha?" The point was not to scold practice. It was to point back to the directness of being. When you sit, just sit. When you walk, just walk. When you wash a bowl, just wash a bowl. The trying to be someone slips away like a coat you realize you don't need indoors. Test that with a tiny thread of your evening. When you rise to get water, feel your feet. Let your eyes take in a single rectangle of light on the floor. Only the scene. Hear the small sounds of cupboard and cup. Only the heard. Feel the cool on your palm. Only the sensed. Sip. Feel the sip. No speech about hydration, no verdict on your health, no performance for an imaginary audience. You drank water. You lived. Your heart feels the difference because it was not asked to be a stage actor tonight. Seeing clearly in this way changes speech, too. In hot moments, the mind adds labels fast, always, never, you, me. In the next conversation that stirs heat, try to mirror one true thing that was actually said before you do anything else. I hear that you're worried about the timeline. One true thing is like placing a cup of cool water between you and the moment. The temperature drops. Then you can add your piece without a spear. I also want us to feel less rushed. Here's what I can do. This is not a trick. It is clear seeing operating in words. Let's bring the practice into movement. Many of us have grown afraid of our own bodies because we only listen when they shout. You can change that relationship gently with a 1 square foot walk. Choose a small square of floor by your bed, near a door, behind your chair. Walk that square slowly for 1 minute. In the scene, only the patch of floor. In the felt, only the roll of heel to toe. In the heard, only the subtle change of breath. The thoughts arrive, nod, and return. 1 minute is enough to remind your nervous system what being a human animal feels like when you aren't dragging 3 days behind you. Tension dissolves when you let sensation lead for a moment. Try the yawn stretch. Open your mouth wide without strain and let a fake yawn become a real one. The throat softens, the eyes water a little, the body resets. Or the 3 sighs. Inhale gently through the nose, then let a soft HA sigh fall out 3 times. This is not fancy. It tells your system, we are allowed to let go, not of responsibilities, but of bracing. Seeing without adding also changes how you meet pain. Pain says, I am everything. Adding says, I am always like this. Clear seeing says, pain is here, it is not the whole of me. And then it practices pendulum attention. Touch the pain with respect for 2 breaths, move to a neutral area, hands, feet, the contact with fabric for 2 breaths, then back. You're teaching your system it's not trapped. Often the fear loosens a notch, and with it the pain reduces enough that you can choose your next caring step. Sometimes the place to practice is your own face. Many people meet the mirror with a kind of active hostility. Tonight, try the quiet witness. Face the mirror for 3 breaths. Name 3 truths that are not judgments. Eyes, light, breath. If a harsh sentence arrives, see if you cannot accept that gift as we practiced earlier. Leave the knives. Keep any gentle, factual note that could help you care. I look tired. Bed earlier would be kind. Then turn from the mirror as if leaving a friend to sleep. The friend is you. I want to give you a ritual for the inside of the day, a way to refresh when the hours begin to knot. It's called the 3 windows, and you can open them in less than a minute. Window of sight. Choose one thing to look at with real seeing, the rim of a mug, the pattern of wood, the curve of a cloud. Only the scene. Window of sound. Choose one sound to listen to fully. Someone's voice, a distant bird, the whir of a fan. Only the heard. Window of touch. Place your palm on your chest or your cheek and feel warmth. Only the sensed. Then return. You have not left your life. You have let air into its rooms. There is a way to eat as practice without turning dinner into an exam. Choose one first bite to really meet. Smell, taste, texture. Only the sensed. Let your shoulders drop. Eat the rest like a human with a life. If you want, choose one last bite to meet as well. End as you began, with attention. The body will feel fed in a quieter way. Digital life is where adding runs wild. Apps are designed to add story before you even arrive, badges, counts, colors. You can place a gentle gate at the entrance with a single sentence. I am going in to do X. Say it before you tap. When X is done, stop. If you don't, no shame. Smile, find the gate, and step out. If you feel buzzed after, look out a window or at the far wall for 10 seconds so your eyes can reset. Then put your hand on your chest or belly for one breath. The body hears, the hunt is over for now. At work, practice one clean line before action until it becomes muscle memory. Write the purpose of your message, meeting, or task in one sentence before you start. Then when fog or heat arrives, see that line again. It keeps you in only the known and out of imagined verdicts. When you end, place a simple period instead of a trail of dots. Periods let you leave the room. Ellipses invite you to sleep at your desk. Relationships soften when you add less. Imagine your partner sighs. The old habit is to add a novel. They're upset with me. Last week repeats. Will spiral. Try the Bahia move. Only the herd. A breath moving out with sound. Ask a simple question if needed. Are you okay? If the answer is yes, let it be yes. If the answer is no, you can meet the moment with actual information rather than a self-authored storm. This is dignity for both of you. Children learn this by osmosis. If you care for one, play a game called Name What Is. Point and speak. Red sock, tiny spoon, wet step. Their nervous system learns the safety of plainness, and yours is healed by the same medicine you hand them. Sometimes the path needs repair. You snapped or went silent or disappeared into a screen. Clear seeing helps you repair cleanly. Name what happened without story. I spoke sharply. Name the impact in simple words. That hurt. Offer a next step.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna step away for 2 minutes and then I'll make tea and we'll try again. Then keep your promise. You do not need to punish yourself for a week. Repair is how love grows up. Home can support this kind of seeing if you let 3 small places be simple. A corner of a table, the sink by the bed or bath, and the square of floor you first stand on each morning. Keep the table corner clear enough that your eyes land on spaciousness at least once a day. Let the sink be a place where water meets face without multitasking. One splash as a bell. Place a small mat or towel where your feet touch first. When you stand there, whisper, arriving. These are not decor tips. They are tiny trail markers that keep you from getting lost in your own house. Grief visits this practice too. When grief is fresh, the mind adds always and never to every sentence. You do not have to fight grief. You can place containers around it, as we spoke earlier, and within those containers you can practice plainness. Tears are here. Chest tight. This memory hurts. It also proves love. The extra arrows soften when you let the first arrow be precisely itself. Meanwhile, keep 3 things from the world on your windowsill of attention. Beauty, kindness, and routine. Beauty might be light on a wall. Kindness might be a text you save to reread. Routine might be washing a bowl. These keep you tethered while the river of loss moves. The old teachers sometimes spoke of a gatekeeper at the city door. That gatekeeper was mindfulness, clear seeing that knew what was entering and leaving. You can be that gatekeeper for what comes into your mind and body. Not a bouncer throwing guests into the street, just a person at the door asking, "What are you? What do you bring?" News enters, you decide when, how long, and whether to pair it with a tangible response so it doesn't stagnate. Gossip knocks. You greet it with a warm no. Praise arrives. You let it pass through without building a throne. Blame arrives. You let it pass through without building a dungeon. The city stays peaceful because the door is watched with kindness. As the day tilts toward rest, you can weave a closing sequence that gathers these threads without effort. Sit or lie how you are. Let the mouth soften. Let your hands rest where they choose. See one shape, really see it. Hear one sound, really hear it. Feel one contact point, really feel it. Say inside, only the seen, only the heard, only the sensed. Bring to mind one place today where you added a heavy story. Smile gently at your brave, overworking mind. Remove one layer. It was an email. It was a pause. It was a face I love. Whisper, enough. Let the body receive that word. If sleep is close, use a lullaby of plainness. In this room, breath. In this body, warmth. In this moment, safe enough. Repeat softly as the edge of the night dissolves. If you have a bit more evening, take your practice to the sink, the couch, the hallway. Wash one cup as if it were the first cup on earth. Sit for 2 breaths as if the chair were a small boat on a calm lake. Turn off a light with a tiny bow. You might like a morning echo to match. When you wake, before touching your phone, place your feet on the mat or the floor and look at a single object with kind eyes. Only the seen. Listen for the first sound outside your body. Only the heard. Touch your chest with your palm. Only the sensed. Then ask one question to set your compass. What would be the next kind step? That is all the plan you need for the first 15 minutes of a human morning. I want to bless the part of you that thinks you need to be interesting to be worthy. Tonight we practiced being ordinary on purpose. Ordinary like cutting fruit. Ordinary like stacking folded shirts. Ordinary like standing still while the elevator descends. The secret is that ordinary life is the only place where extraordinary ease can live. Performances end. Presence doesn't. You get to have a life that is not a show and still feels beautiful. Before we close, hold this brief image. You carry a lantern with a clear glass. Adding is like breathing on the glass until it fogs. Seeing without adding is wiping it with your sleeve and letting the flame light your own path. The world around you may still be complex, but the step you are on is bright. Take one slow inhale and a longer exhale. Feel your shoulders drop by a finger's width. Trust the humble power of plainness. Trust the way your animal body calms when it is asked to meet just what is here. You are doing beautifully, not because the day was flawless, but because you are learning to look with soft eyes, to speak with clean words, to touch the world without gripping. That is a rare kindness. That is a steady freedom. When you are ready, let your gaze grow heavy or your eyes close. Let your breath move like a tide on a summer night. In the seen, only the seen. In the heard, only the heard. In the sensed, only the sensed. In the known, only the known. Rest in that wide, simple room. Let your shoulders drop by a finger's width. Feel your mouth soften, as if the jaw just remembered it can rest. If you're in bed, tuck the blanket under your chin or your shoulder the way you like it. If you're on a couch or at a table, adjust by an inch so your body knows you did it on purpose. Take a slow breath in through your nose and a longer breath out, like fog at a window. Tonight we'll tend one of the most powerful places peace can live or leak. Your words, the sounds you send out and the sounds you let in. We'll practice speech that is warm, clean, and timely, and we'll practice silences that are not empty, but full of care. This is not about policing yourself. It's about learning the music of your day, so your voice becomes an instrument that steadies you and the people you love. There is a simple doorway you can place in front of almost any mouth moment. The 3 gates. Is it true? Is it kind? Is it helpful now? Many of us try to cram whole essays through these gates. Tonight we'll use them softly, like a lamp you pass under on a night walk. When a sentence rises, pause for one breath and run a fingertip over the first gate, true. If it isn't true, it can wait for truth. If it is, touch the second, kind. Kind does not mean sugary. It means the tone doesn't poison the air you also have to breathe. The third, helpful now, keeps wisdom from turning into a performance when timing is wrong. If a sentence passes all three, it can go out with dignity. If it fails one, it can be set down without drama. 3 gates, 1 breath, a life of fewer regrets. Before we practice with others, let's practice with the person you speak to most, yourself. The inner narrator has habits. You've already begun to train it to be a warm coach rather than a judge. Add the 3 gates to your self-talk for a day. When the mind hurls a verdict, you never get this right. Is it true? No. Is it kind? No. Is it helpful now? No. Let it drop like a heavy bag. Replace it with a true, kind, helpful sentence. You're learning. Take 1 clear step. Speak it in a low voice if you can. The body trusts your low voice more than a thought shouted silently. Speech begins long before sound. It begins with breath and posture. Try the soft crown and the long out-breath before hard conversations. Imagine a folded scarf resting lightly on the crown of your head. Let your neck lengthen and your jaw loosen. Place the tip of your tongue behind your upper teeth and exhale a little longer than you inhale. Your nervous system hears you say, "We are not in a hunt. We can choose words." Now the 3 gates can open without squeaking. There's a story about a teacher and a student who came to complain about someone's criticism. The student said, "They said I was careless. Now everyone will think it." The teacher poured tea and kept pouring until the cup overflowed. The student leapt back. The teacher said, "Your cup is full. Let's empty it a little." Empty of what? Of the extra story. What was actually said? Careless about a detail. Is it true? Perhaps partly. Is it kind? Perhaps not. Is it helpful now? Can be, if you use the accuracy without swallowing the insult. So you repair the detail and set a reminder. You don't have to drink the whole pot. You know the nails and fence story, even if you haven't heard it this way. A child hammered a nail into a fence for every harsh word they said. When they learned to pause and speak gently, they pulled a nail each day. The fence didn't collapse, but the holes remained. Words don't just evaporate. They leave shape in rooms, in bodies. This is not to make you afraid of speaking. It is to honor the weight of sound. When you feel the heat to lash out, remember the fence and ask for 1 breath more. Often, in that extra breath, the sentence changes from a spear to a bridge. You never listen becomes, "I need to feel heard. Can we try again?" In families, tone is everything. You can say the same words in a way that tightens or loosens the house. Try the practice of 1 degree lower. When you notice volume or speed rising, lower your voice by 1 degree and slow the pace by 1 notch. Don't whisper like a scold. Just drop into a register your bones can believe. The other person may still be hot. Your steadiness sets the room's floor. Texting and email are modern temples of misread tone. A tiny ritual can prevent a day of storm. Before you hit send, read the first line out loud with your soft crown posture. If the line does not say clearly what the message is for, rewrite it until it does. This is to confirm Friday's time, or this is to appreciate your help yesterday, or this is to ask for a change. Then scan for any sentence written to manage the reader's opinion of you. Those sentences are exhausting and rarely work. Delete the performances. Keep the purpose, the kindness, and the next step. When you need to repair, keep it clean and brief. Name, impact, next step. I was short with you. That hurt.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna step outside for 2 minutes and then make tea. Long explanations often disguise a plea to be absolved quickly. Let trust regrow by action. Then, when the tea is made, you can add context if it helps. I was tired and tightened. I'm practicing not passing my tightness along. Some of the richest peace comes from what you don't send. Practice the unsent letter. When a storm spins in your chest, write the full letter in a notes app or on paper without editing. Put everything in, then let it sit for an hour or a day. When you return, move 3 sentences, one that names your true hurt, one that asks for what would help, and one that appreciates what you still value, into a new short message. Let the rest of the storm be compost. The plant you send will grow. The compost will feed your roots without choking the garden. Silence is not absence. It is a form of love. Try a small, secular version of noble silence in your day. A 20-minute block where you keep speech and screens to a minimum. Walk, stretch, wash a bowl, sit with a mug, fold a shirt. This is not punishment. It is a resting of the instrument so it can hold tune. Many people notice that after a single block of soft silence, their next conversation is more honest and less performative. Listening is a practice as tactile as breath. Let your ears become bowls. Bowls don't chase, they receive. When someone speaks, imagine placing their words in a bowl on the table between you. You don't need to hold the bowl with white knuckles. It sits there. When they finish, look into the bowl and mirror one clear thing you see. You're worried about the deadline. Then add one human sentence from your side. I want to help. Here's what I can do. Bowls calm rooms. Ladles scooping, stirring, trying to fix. Often spill. There is a scene in the old stories where a wandering philosopher, Vakagata, asks the Buddha complicated questions about metaphysics and identity. At one point, the Buddha stays silent, not because he didn't have opinions, but because he saw that any answer would inflame the man's suffering rather than ease it. This is not a trick to win debates. It is discernment about the use of words. You are allowed to say, I don't have words that would help right now, and return later. You are allowed to choose the kindness of silence when you know your speech would be fuel. In the kitchen, practice tiny blessings out loud. Not dramatic, just simple. Thank you for the hands that picked these strawberries. You might say as you rinse. Or, thank you, water. Gratitude spoken softly changes the speaker. If speaking feels odd, whisper inside. Your day becomes a chain of small thank yous like lights along a path. People who live like this are not naive. They know the world's weight. The thank yous keep the heart from hardening into a stone that cannot feel joy. Bring this to your workplace in a way that doesn't make you cringe. Name a hand when you highlight a result. Thanks to Amir for the numbers. Here's the trend we're seeing. You don't lose credit. You build a culture that breathes. A breathing culture produces better work and fewer 2 a.m. apology emails. Anger has a voice, and sometimes it needs to be heard so that dignity is protected. There is a difference between clean and dirty anger. Clean anger names a boundary and a value with as few extra words as possible, then stops. Do not speak to me that way. I will continue when voices are low. Dirty anger prosecutes, predicts, and humiliates. You know the feel of it, buzzing, theatrical, endless. When you feel the dirty version ignite, practice 2 things. Sit down if you can. Sitting lowers heat. And put one hand on the back of your neck while you lengthen your exhale. Touch reminds the ancient part of your brain that you are here, in a room with a body that can choose. Then, if needed, speak one clean line and leave. Humor can be medicine or a weapon. A kind test for your jokes. After the laugh, does the room feel warmer or colder? If colder, perhaps the joke was a spear disguised as charm. You can repair with simple words. I'm sorry. That joke had an edge. Let me try again, kinder. A whole week can change on the back of a single clean repair. Parents and caregivers, your voice is weather. No pressure, only honesty. On a hard morning, try the slice of specific praise that doesn't require a halo. You put your shoes by the door. That helps. Specifics build trust. Later, when correction is needed, use the same specificity. Water stays in the tub. You say in a low voice, not as a thunderclap. If a storm arrives, repair with your body first. Kneel to lower your height, breathe out, and say, let's restart. Small bodies read volume and height more than philosophy. Let's build a short ritual to carry through your next day. Call it golden mouth, quiet heart. In the morning, before screens, place your hand on your chest and say, today I will speak one clean truth, give one simple thanks, and let one silence do the work. That's it. 3 notes. Midday check-in. Have you played any? If not, there is time. Choose the least dramatic place to begin. Thank the barista. Speak one clean line to a teammate. Let a silence hold a meeting for 2 breaths before you answer. At night, before bed, whisper, what my mouth sent today came back to me. May it be gentle. This isn't superstition. It's biology. The body that makes the sound hears the sound and becomes its shape. Speak the shape you want to live in. Repairing old sound takes time. If a relationship holds years of raised voices or silent ice, words can't fix it in a night, but words can start the new architecture. Begin with the smallest shared project. Can we make coffee at the same time tomorrow? You ask, not as a test, but as a path. During coffee, name one good thing that is true even in tension. The kitchen will feel different by a degree. Houses turn on degrees, not declarations. When you find yourself trapped in the doom loop of what if, consider an appointment with your mouth that is not an argument. Set a time tomorrow for worry with a pen, as you've practiced, and add this line aloud tonight. I'll meet you then. Spoken promises to your own mind can be strangely effective. The mind is a dog who relaxes when it hears a time for a walk. Tonight it can lie down. News and the wider world. Your voice matters here, too, but pace protects your lake. Choose small, regular ways to add your sound. 1 call, 1 message, 1 donation, 1 conversation at a kitchen table, and then return to your home practice. Shouting every hour burns your voice and blinds your eyes. A steady voice can speak for years. Let's practice a few minutes of speaking and silence woven together. If it feels right, sit with your back supported and your feet on the floor, or lie as you are. Inhale gently for 4. Pause for 1. Exhale for 6. Imagine a bowl before you. On the next exhale, place in the bowl 1 sentence you wish you had said today, kind and clear. On the next, place 1 sentence you said that you want to honor, something you're glad you spoke. On the next, place 1 sentence you're ready to retire, an old script that doesn't serve. See them there. Whisper, thank you. Then imagine lifting the bowl to the level of your heart. Let silence fill it like water. Hold it for 3 breaths. In that silence, something in you rests. If you wake in the night and words start marching, try this brief sequence. Turn your head slightly left and right very slowly, as if saying no to the parade. Place your hand on your chest and whisper, quiet mouth, quiet heart. Picture the 3 gates closing for the night with a soft click. We will speak in the morning, you tell your mind. It may not obey immediately, but the body hears, and the parade often grows quieter after a few honest tries. Work travel, school pickups, long commutes. These are corridors where stray words accumulate like dust. Use the doorway pause at thresholds. 1 step in, 1 breath. Ask the 3 gates for a simple blessing. May I be true, kind, and timely here. Then go about your business. The prayer is secular and woven into your bones. It doesn't require belief. It requires breath. Sometimes the person who needs your voice is you, in a mirror or walking a hallway after a hard meeting. Try this sentence aloud, in a low tone. I'm proud of how I stayed. Or, if staying wasn't what happened, I'm proud of how I came back. Then drink water. Then move your body for 1 minute, arms up on an inhale, arms down on an exhale 3 times. The body stays when the voice tells the truth kindly. Home can help shape sound. Choose one place to be: a no-argue zone, a hallway, a porch, the foot of a bed. It's not that hard conversations never happen there. It's that voices in that spot stay low and sentences stay short. Mark it with a small plant or a photo. The brain loves cues. It will remember to soften when your feet are in that place. Over time, the house will learn itself into calm. Let's return to the old wanderer, Bahia, just for a breath. In the scene, only the scene. In the herd, only the herd. If you take this seriously, your speech thins into gold wire. You say less and mean more. You listen more and fear less. Your day gets lighter because you stop carrying what you didn't need to say and what you didn't need to hear. This is not a vow of muteness. This is a vow of music. As evening edges toward rest, set 3 soft lanterns for your voice. Lantern 1. A thank you to someone, spoken or written, before sleep. Lantern 2. A truth to yourself, spoken quietly. What hurt today, what helped. Lantern 3. A promise small enough to keep tomorrow morning. 1 clean line before email. Or, I will pause at the door. Speak each lantern gently. Then dim the room by a notch. Let the house and your mouth cool together. Take a slow breath in and a longer breath out. Feel the relief of not having to win every conversation, not having to make a point in every room, not having to carry every sound. Your voice is a tool for love and clarity. Your silence is, too. You are learning when to lift each with care. That learning is beautiful. It will slip sometimes, as all learning does. You will repair. You will continue. And the rooms you live in will grow more breathable because of your practice. When you are ready, let the last of your words for tonight fade like the tail of a gentle song. Rest in the quiet that remains, which is not empty at all. It is full of breath, and breath is a good friend. Settle once more, dear friend. Let the body find a shape that feels honest. If you are lying down, smooth the blanket by a palm's width and let your jaw loosen. If you're sitting, scoot back or forward an inch so your spine knows you chose this rest on purpose. Take 1 breath in through the nose, not big, just kind. Let the out-breath be a little longer, as if you were fogging a window on a winter evening. You've gathered so much compassion, clear seeing, letting go, kinder self-talk, steadier pace, speech that warms instead of wounds. Tonight we'll weave these threads into simple rituals that hold your day. Think of them as small doorways placed at the thresholds you already cross. You don't need a monastery. You need a few faithful shapes repeated until your nervous system recognizes them as home. Begin with the simplest threshold, waking. Before the phone, before the list, you have a few seconds where the mind is soft as dough. Place your 2 feet ritual there. Feet on the floor, whisper 2 words that set the tone. Maybe it's arriving gently. Maybe it's kindness first. Feel your heels, your toes, the temperature of the room. That's all. Then drink water like someone who has a body. If your morning is busy, keep this tiny. 2 feet, 2 words, 2 sips. A whole day listens to how it begins. Another threshold is the doorway out of your home. As you reach for the knob, let 1 breath mark your intention. Not a performance, just 1 line inside your chest about who you will be in small moments. I will ask more questions than I make pronouncements. Or, I will walk at a pace that lets me breathe. If your day meets you with noise, you won't remember a paragraph. You will remember a sentence. Practice also lives at the sink. Water is a teacher you don't have to schedule. When you wash your face or a bowl, try 1 honest move. Feel the temperature touch your skin, say thank you to the tap, and finish with a clean put away. The point is not perfection. It's closure. Open, do, close. The mind steadies when it knows doors are not left swinging. I want to offer you 3 secular refuges you can lean into anytime. They are not beliefs to defend. They are rooms to sit in. First refuge, presence. Breath felt, contact felt, one true thing named. Lamp warm. Second refuge, goodness. Not sainthood, simple kindness. I will move one thing toward care. Third refuge, community. Even if you are alone in a room, you can remember that others are practicing somewhere at the same hour, or you can text one sentence to a human you trust. Thinking of you. Your nervous system is social. It relaxes when it knows it doesn't carry the day alone. A story of cooking as a path. In an old mountain temple, the cook was considered a teacher, not because he gave sermons, but because he salted the soup with attention. He tasted, adjusted, and served without drama. A young student asked how to make practice real. The cook handed him a knife and a pile of carrots and said, "Make the knife the teacher." The student learned that a dull knife makes everything dangerous and exhausting. A sharp knife makes work smooth. Your sharp knife is your tiny ritual. You sharpen it by repetition. Doorway breath. 2 feet, 2 words. A single clean line before an email. A longer exhale before you reply. You don't need more rules. You need a knife that knows your hand. Let's design a gentle spine for your day. A few vertebrae of ritual that support whatever else the day throws on top. Morning spine, 2 feet, 2 words, 2 sips. Midday spine, 1 reset that you can find anywhere. The corner breath where ceiling meets walls. 1 hand on the chest, a longer out breath, and 1 sentence. I can go slower and still arrive. Evening spine, a lantern path that dims light by 1 notch, retires a device to another room, and names 1 unremarkable gratitude. The smell of soap, the neighbor's laugh, a chair that holds. If you keep just these 3, your days will begin to rhyme. Thresholds don't ask for perfection. They ask for presence. If you forget in the morning, start at lunch. If you forget at lunch, start at dusk. Practice when you remember. Practice again when you forget. You're allowed to be human. Work needs rituals that fit inside calendars and group chats. Before you type, write 1 clean purpose line and place it at the top of your message. You've practiced this, now make it reflex. This note confirms Friday. This asks for help on step 3. This appreciates yesterday's lift. After you send, close the tab for a breath. The exhale marks an end so your mind doesn't drag a tail into the next room. Meetings can have micro-rituals that no one even notices. The soft crown posture at the start. 2 breath pause before you speak. The question you ask yourself, what do I want to grow here? Before your mouth opens. If the heat rises, the shoulder door opens by a finger's width and you trim 1 sail. Lower your voice, slow your pace, say 1 specific truth. The room feels different because 1 body in it is setting a rhythm that others can match. Home also benefits from small agreements that function like trail markers. Choose 1 spot to be your calm square, the corner of a table, a tiny section of counter, the top of a dresser. Keep it clear enough that your eyes can land there when the world swells. Place a small object that reminds you to soften. A stone, a sprig, a photograph. The calm square is a bell without sound. Each time you pass, your breath lengthens by a thread. Laundry, dishes, tidying, these are not punishments. They are reliable places for your hands to make sense when the mind is noisy. Try the 1 song tidy. Put on a single song and let your body move for its length. Do not aim for worthy. Aim for rhythm. When the song ends, stop. The body will have released some static. The room will have softened by a few degrees. Your future self will sigh with relief and call you wise. Phones deserve a ritual that doesn't rely on willpower alone. Use the doorway sentence we've practiced. Add one more kindness. Move the most magnetic app off your first screen. In its place, a photo of something that returns you to your senses. A river, a face, a tree. Each time your thumbs go hunting, your eyes will meet the counterspell. Not to scold you, to ask a question. What are you actually hungry for? Days with children, elders, or patients are already filled with thresholds. Use them. Buckles click. Use that click as a bell to breathe and speak one blessing. May this ride be safe. Lights switch off. Let the click be a bell for, thank you for this room. Doors close. Let the latch be a bell for, I can rest now. You are not adding chores. You are letting life's existing sounds become your chimes. Ritual also repairs. When sharp words land, the three-line repair is your broom. Name what happened cleanly. I spoke harshly. Name the impact in plain language. That hurt. Offer a next step. I'm going to step aside for 2 minutes and come back with tea. Then keep your promise. The repair ritual is not a performance. It's a way to protect the room you both live in. We are not chasing a life of constant glow. We are building resilience for the heavy days. For those, create an emergency shelf in your mind with 3 items you don't have to think about. Item 1, body first safety, drink water, then place your hand on your chest and breathe out longer than in. Item 2, smallest next step, what is the minimum kind move? 1 text, 1 dish, 1 line? Item 3, human contact, message someone who has earned your trust with a single sentence. Today is heavy. You are not asking them to fix it. You are letting your nervous system know you are not an island. There's an old tale of a villager who went to a teacher and asked for a way to stop suffering quickly. The teacher sent him to fetch water with a bucket full of holes. Pointless, the villager muttered as water leaked all the way back. When he arrived, the bucket was empty and he was furious. The teacher pointed to the path. It was green now. Flowers were up. Sometimes your effort is watering what you cannot see, she said. None of your tiny rituals are wasted. The path becomes gentler under your feet even as the world keeps doing what the world does. Once a week, take 15 minutes for a week weave. Sit with a mug. Light a candle if you like, or just put the mug where you can see its steam. Look back and bless one real thing, not a highlight reel. Something humble that matters. I paused before replying on Wednesday. Look forward and place 2 stones, 1 for body, 1 for connection. Move 1 obstacle that's predictable, gas in the car, socks in the drawer, the email drafted. Name 1 gate to protect your lake, an hour with lower stimulation. Blow out the candle or sip the last of the drink. That is enough. You sharpened your knife. I want to talk about seasons again because rituals change with them. If your season is caregiving, rituals need to be short and numerous. If your season is building, rituals can be longer and deeper. If your season is healing, rituals may look like saying no, laying down, doing less. You honor your season by matching your ritual to your real life. Suffering grows in the gap between fantasy and capacity. Peace grows where they meet. Let's walk through a day with the spine in place. Morning, 2 feet, 2 words, 2 sips. You glance at a calm square while you pass the kitchen. You write a single clean line before the first email. Mid-morning, the kettle clicks. You take 1 doorway breath and whisper, arriving. Lunch, 1 mindful bite, eyes resting on a far corner for 10 seconds. Afternoon, the shoulder door opens a finger width when the meeting heats. You lower your voice by a notch and ask 1 question that grows understanding. Commute, you touch your standing friend with your eyes. The same tree, the same streetlight, and whisper, Still here. Evening. One song tidy, one unremarkable gratitude, one device left in another room. Bed. The lantern path of water, breath, and a sentence like, I can rest. None of this is dramatic. All of it is deep. If grief is present, place your ritual beside it, not on top of it. 10-minute containers morning and night where you sit with a picture or a memory or just the ache and say one true thing, I miss you. In the rest of the day, let small routines carry you. Wash one bowl, step into sunlight for 1 minute, text thinking of you to someone who knows your loss. The point is not to erase grief. It's to give it banks so the river doesn't swallow the town. Your environment can serve your rituals. Dim one lamp earlier than you think you should. Place a small basket by the bed where you whisper your roles at night and imagine setting them down. Parent, planner, fixer, and say, hold these for me. In the morning, take only what you need for the first hour. You are training your nervous system that identity can rest. Here's a micro practice to use when the day almost gets away from you. The 3-pebble pocket. We've played with it already, but use it now to track ritual, not perfection. 3 small objects start in one pocket. Each time you cross a threshold with presence. 2 feet, doorway breath, 1 song tidy. Move a pebble. At night, feel the pebbles that moved. If none did, put your hand on your heart and whisper, tomorrow we try again. Shame steals energy. Kindness restores it. Bring a friend into the weave if that helps. Choose someone who wants steadiness, not drama. Share one ritual you're building and ask for one text a day that says only lantern. When you receive it, walk your lantern path. When you send it, they will walk theirs. Not as accountability police, more like 2 lighthouse keepers checking lamps. There's a small story of 2 travelers walking through mud. One carried resentment and arrived filthy and sore. The other laughed and took off shoes and walked barefoot, then washed at the stream. The mud was the same. The second traveler had a ritual. When mud, then water. Make your own mud-to-water ritual. When the text stings, then water. When the child spills, then 3 breaths. When the meeting bites, then 5 minutes of sunlight. Rituals are how you remember that you have choices even when conditions don't cooperate. Sometimes the ritual is a sentence spoken aloud in a low, honest voice to your own body. You're safe for this breath. Or, I'm proud of you for pausing. Or, enough for now. Your bones listen. They prefer simple, kind language to complicated philosophies yelled by an inner drill sergeant. You are not trying to earn permission to rest. You're granting a permission that always belonged to you. Let's create an evening we've right now you can repeat whenever you like. If you're moving around the room, let the words trail you like a soft song. If you're still, let them settle like feathers. First, lower the lights if you can. Then water meets mouth. A sip, a swallow, a thank you. Hands meet face, warm water or cool, one splash you actually feel. Feet meet floor. Press down gently and whisper, held. Eyes meet something simple. The curve of a lamp, the edge of a book. Only the scene. Ears meet the quiet. Only the heard. Hands meet the heart or belly. Only the sensed. Mouth meets kindness. One sentence you'll carry into sleep or the next task. Kindness first, or paces care, or the bell can rest. That is the whole weave. 10 breaths, a life. Before we close, I want to bless the part of you that worries you'll drop all of this in a week. You will drop some of it. Everyone does. Rituals are not chains. They are gentle paths you can find again and again even after you wander off. The wandering teaches you the way back. Each return shortens the distance. Each return is practice. Each return is victory. Take a slow breath in. Let a longer breath out. Feel your shoulders melt by a finger's width. Imagine your day tomorrow threaded with small lights you don't have to plug in, the lights of breath, of water, of kind sentences, of clear endings. You do not need to aim for glowing perfection. Aim for a few faithful lamps and the courage to turn them on. You are doing beautifully, not because the world is easy, but because you are becoming a person who can meet the world with warmth, clarity, and rhythm. That is rare. That is enough. When you are ready, let the room soften around you. Let your eyes grow heavy or your gaze rest. The door of this part closes with a quiet click. The next door opens whenever you knock. Let your shoulders ease by a thread. Let the breath arrive without needing an invitation. If you're on a couch, slide your back an inch so the spine feels held. If you're in bed, smooth the sheet by your hip. Tonight we'll walk into a quiet room most of us avoid until we're too tired to fight it. The room where we lay down old stories and forgive, not in grand speeches, but in small, honest movements. This is the art of releasing without erasing, of letting good endings be part of a good life. You have carried many identities through the years. Reliable one, fixer, quiet one, brave one, the first to arrive, the last to leave. These names were tools. Some still fit your hand. Some are heavy now. Releasing isn't betrayal. It's a bow to time. There's a difference between loyalty and clinging. Loyalty keeps a candle burning. Clinging grips the candle until the wax burns your palm. Try this very simple practice, the shelf. Picture a sturdy wooden shelf at heart height. On it, place one name you wore hard today. Whisper the name once. Caretaker, leader, peacemaker. Now notice your body's response. Any tightening in the jaw, a pull behind the eyes, a flutter under the ribs. Breathe out longer than you breathed in and say, "Thank you for your service." Then, for 3 breaths, imagine that name resting on the shelf without you holding it up. You're not throwing it out the window. You're letting it stand on its own. Feel what remains in you when the name is not clenched in your fist. The remaining you is wide, plain, alive. That's the ground forgiveness grows from. Forgiveness is not permission for harm to continue. It's the decision to stop carrying the hot coal in your own hand. Some harms require distance, a lock, a firm no, or the help of trusted others. In that landscape, forgiveness is how you set your nervous system free to live your life without replaying the same scene until the film burns through. We'll make it small tonight because small is how the body learns. There's a story of a traveler who, after a long argument in the marketplace, trudged up the hill muttering the perfect comebacks he didn't deliver. An old woman mending a basket watched him pass and called out, "Your argument is over, but it's still living in your mouth." He stopped, surprised, and laughed from the chest. He spat, literal spit, onto the ground and bowed to the dust where his words had been chewing him from the inside. Then he kept walking lighter. You don't have to spit, but you might like a gesture. After a hard exchange, step to a sink and rinse your mouth. Let the water be the old woman's kindness. "Your argument is over," she says. "Let it stop living in your mouth." Sometimes the person we won't forgive is ourselves. The mind has kept a meticulous ledger. It opens the book at night and taps the page. A gentler accounting is possible. Try the 2-column page not as an exercise in guilt, but in balance. Left side, what hurt? 1 line, simple. Right side, what helped? 1 line, simple. Maybe left says, snapped at the child. Right says, apologized within 5 minutes. Maybe left says, ignored the body. Right says, lay down for 3 breaths before dinner. See both. Your nervous system needs to know that repair exists, that you are not a permanent danger to your own heart. Close the book after 2 lines. You are not on trial. You are tending a garden. Another small ritual, the stone and the bowl. If you have a pebble nearby, hold it. If not, imagine one's weight. Think of something you're ready to loosen by 5%, a grievance, a habit, a self-judgment. Speak it in plain words to the stone. No poetry, no courtroom, just the thing. Then place the stone into a real bowl or an imagined river. Hear the tiny sound of setting down. 5% is humble. 5% repeated is a path. A story from the old books comes to mind, one you haven't heard from me yet. A monk named Tissa was known for his pride in a spotless robe. One day, a bird in the rafters left a gift on his shoulder. The monk erupted, muttering curses under his breath. A companion said gently, "Brother, you have washed the robe 1,000 times. Wash the mind once." The two of them walked to the stream. The robe was rinsed as usual. Then, with that same attention, Tissa splashed water on his own face, as if the forehead itself were a cloth that could be freshened. He laughed because he felt ridiculous and relieved at once. You too can rinse the mind. It's not complicated. Water, breath, a sentence like, "Enough now." Let it be ordinary. Let the laugh arrive if it wants to. Release deepens when we tell the truth about what clinging has cost. Not to punish ourselves, but to make the benefits of letting go obvious. What did it cost to rehearse that conversation for the 10th night? Sleep, tenderness, presence with the person who was actually in the room. What does it cost to keep insisting you always be understood? Time and the chance to understand someone else. When the cost is higher than the little hit of righteousness, the hand opens by itself. Here's a micro-practice for releasing the need to be right in a conversation that matters. Put your tongue lightly on the roof of your mouth and breathe through your nose. Feel how your jaw naturally softens. Ask an inner question, quiet as a thread. What do I want to grow here? Not what do I want to win? What do I want to grow? Trust, clarity, a plan, a pause. Let your next sentence serve that. You will feel a click in your body when you shift from winning to growing. It's a small click, like a latch on a window, and the air changes. Sometimes clinging hides in kindness itself. You give until you are afraid rope and secretly resent the people you love. That is not kindness. That is fear dressed in a soft sweater. Try the milk test. Before you say yes, imagine pouring a cup of milk to the brim and walking across the kitchen. If your body tenses and sees the milk sloshing over with every step, your yes is too full. Pour some back. I can do Friday for an hour. I can help with the first part, not the whole thing. If your cup is already empty, your no is the kindest word in the room. Release the idea that love equals depletion. Love equals steadiness over time. You can practice letting go with objects gently without forcing minimalism. Choose one drawer. Take out 3 things you keep from guilt. Hold each and say, "Thank you for your service." Put one back with respect, not clutter. Pass 2 along. Your hands are learning the shape of release. They will remember when it's time to set down a habit or a role. Memory is another place where clinging and release dance. There's a difference between honoring and re-injuring. Honoring says, "That happened. It mattered. I carry the lesson." Re-injuring says, "Let me press this bruise again the same way tonight." If you feel the old loop spinning, try to change one sense in the replay. If you are seeing it, switch to hearing. Say out loud the one sentence you wish someone had said to you. If you are hearing it, switch to touch. Place a hand on your chest and feel warmth right now. The nervous system learns new pathways when you change channels. The past remains the past. You stop scraping it raw. Letting go is not only subtraction. It is also inheritance. When you release an old role, what returns to you? Time, playfulness, the capacity to learn again. When you release the rope of being praised, what returns? Freedom to do the next kind thing without a stage. When you release the fear of pausing, what returns? Actual rest, which makes you braver in the morning. Put your attention on what comes back. The mind loves rewards. Give it honest ones. There's a small, everyday parable in the life of a city bus. People get on. People get off. The driver does not chase those who exited or plead with those who haven't arrived. The driver knows the route, watches the mirrors, and keeps a steady pace. Let your mind be a bus driver sometimes. Thoughts, feelings, memories, on and off. You keep your hands on the wheel and your eyes kind, and you stop at the next light. There is dignity in that steadiness. Shame is the thickest glue. It says, "You are the mistake," and tries to turn the body to stone. Your antidote is specificity plus warmth. I missed the call. Specific. I'm human. Warmth. I'll send an apology and propose a new time. Action. Speak it out loud if you can, not to perform, but because the mouth teaches the nervous system. Every time shame is met with specificity and warmth, it loses a tooth. If you are holding a grudge that deserves a ceremony, here's one that has helped many people. The doorway, write and walk. Write the grudge on a small paper with a single sentence for each of these. What happened, what it cost, what you wish had happened. Do not write the other person's biography. Fold the paper twice. Place it by your front door. In the morning, pick it up, walk once around your block or to the end of the hall, and with each step say, "This happened." When you return to your door, say, "This no longer runs my day." Place the paper in a drawer you rarely open or in a recycling bin. Repeat for 7 mornings. You are not erasing memory. You are releasing its job as your jailer. Release shows up in the body as a few familiar signs. A jaw that stops grinding, a brow that unknots, a belly that can rise. To help it along, do the collarbone tap. Use the pads of your fingers to tap gently where collarbones meet the sternum while breathing a little longer out. Whisper, "Let's soften." 2 rounds. It is not magic. It is a signal your animal understands. Sometimes the hardest release is the picture of yourself in someone else's mind. You do not control that gallery. If you've acted with integrity and repaired where you could, your practice is to leave their gallery and return to your own house. Here, you can hang one picture tonight that is true. You paused before replying, you drank water instead of fueling the spiral, you asked for help honestly. That small frame on your wall matters more to your nervous system than 1,000 unseen opinions. Let's step into a very ordinary scene. The closet. There is a shirt you keep for a future that isn't your size or life anymore. Tonight, you try it on. You look in the mirror with the quiet witness you learned. You say, "It had a season." You fold it with affection, place it in a bag, and bless the stranger who will wear it next. You have just practiced non-attachment without needing a mountain cave. The same motion applies to a goal that belonged to a former version of you. You can bless that traveler and wish them well without making your current feet climb their mountain. Will weave forgiveness outward, too, in a way that doesn't drown you. The 3 blessing commute you practiced, blessing strangers, can carry forgiveness like a soft flame. On a bus or while walking, choose one person who looks closed and whisper inwardly, "May you be free of the burdens that make you hard." Choose one who looks weary and whisper, "May you find rest." Choose one who looks hurried and whisper, "May you arrive safely." You are not sanctifying yourself. You are letting your nervous system experience mercy without a courtroom. That experience makes it easier to offer mercy to yourself. If grief sits with you, forgiveness becomes water for the roots, not a broom for the branches. You do not forgive the fact of loss. You may forgive the parts of yourself that navigated imperfectly under crushing weight. You may forgive others who didn't know how to show up. The ritual we used before, 10-minute containers morning and evening, can include a soft sentence. I choose not to strike myself for surviving clumsily. The body will hear it. The body wants to stop flinching. Now a short story about a cracked cup, cousin to the one we told of the broken cup, remembered as already on its way to breaking. A teacher served tea in a cup repaired with bright lines of gold. It broke, the student said. Yes, the teacher smiled. And it holds. The gold was not hidden. The gold was the point. In your life, the places you've repaired with kindness are not weaknesses to conceal. They are seams of strength that catch light on ordinary days. Let that be true in your inner voice. I hold, not because I never cracked, but because I learned to mend. Let's weave a bodily sequence for release you can use in 3 minutes when the day is sticky. Sit or lie as you are. Inhale gently, exhale longer. On the exhale, say inwardly, soft jaw. Next breath, low shoulders. Next breath, warm hands. Place one palm on your chest, one on your belly. Whisper, I release my grip by 5%. Picture one rope you've been tugging today being right, being seen, being done. See your fingers loosen one by one. Place the rope over a peg for tomorrow. If the mind protests, smile at its loyalty. Say, thank you for wanting to protect me. We are choosing a different protection now. Feel the breath answer. As we angle toward rest, bring to mind 3 small things you can let be unfinished without punishing yourself. A reply that can wait until morning. A pan that can soak. A pile that can be a pile until Saturday. Speak each one aloud if you can. You may wait. The permission is not laziness. It's medicine for a nervous system that was taught that safety equals completion. Safety can also equal wisdom. Kindness will always be your quiet tool. Before sleep, offer one blessing backward in time to the earlier you who didn't know what you know tonight. Thank you for carrying me through that day. Offer one blessing forward to the you who will wake tomorrow. May you meet the morning with a softer hand. This is not fantasy. It is you tending continuity gently, which is how change actually holds. If you are still awake, we can make a tiny lantern path specifically for forgiveness. Lantern 1, water sip like rinsing the mind. Lantern 2, the shelf, set one roll down for the night. Lantern 3, a single sentence of truth. It hurt, or I'm learning, or enough. Lantern 4, 2 breaths with your hand on your chest. Jaw easy. Lantern 5, a sentence of release. I choose peace over replays. Walk the lanterns and let the house dim with you. If you've drifted into chores, carry this pocket line into the next room. Set down what isn't mine to carry. If you're in bed, carry this one. May what can rest, rest. Whisper it on the out-breath. Let the body be the first to believe you. Before we close this part, bow inwardly to the parts of you that have kept vigil for years. Watching for danger, scanning faces, holding the rope of being fine. Thank them. Invite them to sleep on the shelf tonight. Promise to call them when their gifts are needed. They don't have to stay up just in case. Take one slow inhale. Take an even longer exhale. Feel your face ease. Feel the bed, the chair, the ground doing their ancient job. Releasing is not a trick. It's a birthright. Forgiveness is not a halo. It's a human act that frees the next breath to be simpler. You are learning it one small setting down at a time. Rest now if rest is near. Continue gently if you're still moving. Tomorrow will bring other ropes and other shelves. You will meet them with a hand that knows how to loosen and a heart that knows how to hold. Let the room smooth around you like water poured into a bowl. If you're lying down, tug the blanket until your body says yes. If you're sitting, lean back by an inch so your spine feels quietly supported. Soften your mouth. Breathe in a small, kind way through your nose and let the outbreath drift longer, as if a window were fogging and clearing with each exhale. Tonight we'll gather what you've learned and place it inside an evening that can actually hold you. Not a perfect evening, just one made of gentle choices, honest pauses, and a body that's allowed to be human. This is integration. This is what it sounds like when a practice becomes a life. Begin with a single question, asked in a low voice so the body hears it. What would make tonight feel like care? Keep it ordinary. Dim the lamp. Put the phone in the hallway. Warm socks. 2 slow breaths at the sink. Don't argue with the answers because they're small. Small is how ease walks into a room without knocking things over. There is an old night story from the countryside. A farmer went out with a lantern to check the gate. He walked past his tools and the wheelbarrow, past the fence, past a bucket left near the trough. The light seemed tiny under a wide sky. On the way back, an owl moved and the farmer flinched. He lifted the lantern higher, and the shadows stepped back to let him pass. When he reached the house, he realized the lantern had not made the night disappear. It had simply given him enough light for the next step and the next. Your evening practices are exactly this, a small flame to see your feet. You are not required to light the entire field. Let's make the night hospitable. If you can lower the light in the room by a notch, let your animal body read darkness as permission. Place water within reach. Feel the fabric at your wrists or the pillow at your cheek. You don't need to make a show of relaxing. You are simply letting your edges blur back into softness. Choose one room in your body to visit with attention. The jaw is a good one. Let it hang for a breath. Then let the teeth rest near but not touching. Or the hands. Unclench them. Place one palm on your chest and one on your belly. Or the eyes. Imagine they are sinking back into warm water for a moment. These tiny adjustments send letters to your nervous system that say, "You're safe enough to dim." The body writes back by loosening its grip. We'll stitch together a gentle sequence. An evening we've made only of threads you already know. At any time, if a step doesn't feel right, let it go. You are the host here. Start at the sink. Run water. Let your hands feel the temperature. Whisper a small thank you to the tap. Not mystical, just human. Splash once on your face or rinse the cup you'll use in the morning. Close this tiny scene on purpose. The tap off, the cup placed. The mind loves doors that close. Step into the doorway of the next room and pause for a single breath. That's your marker. Whisper one sentence inside, "Arriving," or "Kindness first." It's a thread tied to the present so you don't drift without noticing. Now the shelf. Place one roll from today on the inner shelf at heart height. Say the name parent, planner, helper, leader. Thank it. Let it stand on its own while you breathe 3 times without holding it up. You are not failing anyone. You are letting the name rest so the person underneath can breathe. If you need to set down a rope you've been tugging, being right, being done, being seen, use the peg. Picture the rope looped over a wooden peg labeled tomorrow. The rope may still hum a little. It belongs to weather and will ring in the wind. You don't have to keep it shaking with your own hands. There's a story from a small temple where an elderly calligrapher lived. Each night she ground ink with patient circles, dipped her brush, and wrote a single character on scrap paper. Enough. Then she cleaned the brush with the same attention she used to write. Some nights the character was bold. Some nights it wobbled like a tired child. She kept them all in a box. When asked if she ever wrote the perfect enough, she laughed softly and said, "I don't need perfect. I need honest." Tonight, if it helps, write your own character in the air with a fingertip. Enough. Let the arm move slowly. Let the word hang for a breath you can feel. We'll turn toward the bed or the chair and do a body map you can carry forever.
no fixing.
Just a lantern through the house of you. Begin at the forehead. Imagine a smooth palm pressing away the day's many expressions. Notice if your brow softens by a finger's width. Move to the eyes. Let them rest in their sockets like pebbles in a streambed. Feel how the world keeps existing even when your eyes stop ushering everything through. Cheeks and jaw loosen, as if the face were the surface of a pond and the wind has quieted. Tongue. Let it rest like a small animal returning to its den. Throat. Imagine it widening on the exhale, as if a door were opening quietly in a house. Shoulders. The shoulder door opens a finger width. Breath can now pass through the room. Arms. Feel their weight, and let that weight be carried by whatever holds you. Hands. Spread the fingers and then let them fall, palms warm, stories dissolving out through the skin. Chest. Meet the rise and fall without demand. Say inwardly, breath is moving. Back. Feel the support beneath you, the earth doing its old job. Belly. Invite a little permission for the breath to visit. If it feels tender, place a hand there and let your palm be a steady friend. Hips. Heavy, allowed. Thighs and knees. Imagine they are stones on a riverbed, water moving around them without effort. Calves and ankles. Any tightness there has permission to let go by 5%. Feet. Feel the ghost of the day's steps leave your soles like sand rinsed from a shell. Pause. Whisper held. Soft. Space. Let the words ride 3 breaths. You are not making your body behave. You are letting it be a body again. If thoughts set up a parade route anyway, instead of building a barricade, stand on the curb and watch them pass. Label the floats lightly. Planning, remembering, rehearsing, and breathe. You do not have to follow them down the street. Let one go, then the next. The parade turns a corner on its own when you stop marching in it. Weaving story helps some people rest. Here's one, offered like a cup of warm milk for the mind. A young painter visited an old teacher who had been known for mountains that seemed to breathe. The young painter asked how to capture life on a still page. The teacher set 2 bowls on the table, one empty, one full of water. Which holds the mountain? The painter pointed to the full bowl. The teacher tapped the empty one. This bowl holds all the room the mountain stands in. Without room, the mountain has no breath. Your evening, like that bowl, can hold room. You don't have to fill every minute with doing. You can let your day's mountain stand inside a sky of nothing special. That sky is what sleep recognizes as home. If you want to bring everyone you love into the room in a way that soothes rather than stirs, try the circle blessing. Picture a small circle on the floor by your bed. Place people there with a nod, your family, your friends, one person who is hard to love, one stranger you saw in passing. For each, whisper a simple wish. May you be safe. May you rest. Don't linger. Don't build biographies. Lay the blessings down like folded cloths. Then, step out of the circle in your mind, as if you were setting down a tray. Whisper, and may I rest too. Your mind might ask for a plan for tomorrow. Give it a single stone in the stream, not a dam. Speak one clean line of purpose for the morning. Email to confirm Thursday, or stretch for 2 minutes, or pack the lunch, then stop. You've given your clever brain a hook to hang the first minutes on. The rest can be discovered in the morning light. Sometimes the night invites old worries to put on costumes and rehearse. We practiced calendaring fear. Do it now if needed. Tomorrow at 10:30, worry with a pen. Say it out loud if it helps, the way you might soothe a dog with a promise it understands. Write a line on a pad to keep the appointment honest. Then let this hour return to human things. Breath, blanket, a sentence like, nothing to earn right now. Let's rehearse one small scene for tomorrow with kindness so the body can sleep knowing it has a path. Picture yourself entering a conversation where you often brace. See your feet find the floor. 2 breaths before you speak. Hear your voice choose 1 degree lower. Feel the sentence leave your mouth clean. Here's what I can do. See the shoulders of the other person drop by a thread. You didn't rehearse the whole play. You practiced the tone. Tone is the riverbed. Words are the water. Another scene. The kitchen in the morning. Light soft through a window. You move like a person who has practiced doorways. You place a mug with a small bow. You wash a single spoon with attention. You do not narrate your worth. You simply move. The mind loves a morning when the first acts are humble and complete. If you're still awake, let's visit the 3 inner powers one more time and let them tuck you in. Compassion first. Place a hand where it wants to rest and say, "Of course this day felt like this." Clear seeing next. Whisper, "This is changing." And feel the relief of time turning toward night. Letting go last. Picture the bell you were ringing finally still. Imagine the rope over the peg and the bell quiet in the dark. A moonlit bowl above a sleeping town. Your hands come back empty in a good way. There is a hush that comes when the nervous system believes you. To help it trust, tell the truth about capacity. I did what I could today. If I missed, I'll repair. Let the body hear that forgiveness, real, not indulgent. The jaw eases. The breath deepens. The room grows a shade softer. Parents and caregivers, your rest matters to the people you love. Consider a 2-sentence ritual as you turn out the light. I kept them safe enough today. I will be kinder to my body in the morning. If kindness feels far, promise something small you can keep. Stretch before scrolling, water before coffee. 2 feet, 2 words. Your promise doesn't impress anyone. Steadies you. Steady is the gift. Grief deserves its seat here too. If it is present, give it 10 breaths rather than exiling it to the hallway. Breathe and say one true thing. I miss you. Touch your chest. After 10 breaths, invite grief to rest with you rather than on top of you. We can both lie down, you whisper. Some nights, grief will sit up anyway. That's okay. You still get to choose gentle things. Dim light, slow breath. A sentence like, held, soft, space. You may enjoy a simple sound to mark the end of your day. A soft hum, a single word, the click of a lamp. Ritual seals help memory. The body learns. When I hear this sound, I am allowed to put the world down for a while. You are allowed. We'll take a slow journey through the 4 rooms you built. Warmth, care, gladness, steadiness. Like lights along a hallway towards sleep. On an exhale, whisper warmth. May I be kind to myself. On another, care. May what hurts be held. On another, gladness. Thank you for one small brightness today. The way steam curled, the sound of a laugh, the feel of clean sheets. On another, steadiness. I can rest in what I cannot control. Let the hallway be softly lit. There is a gentle memory from the old stories of a night when the teacher sat quietly as the forest breathed around him. A student asked for a final instruction for the day, something he could keep. The teacher said only, care for the path. The student said, which path? The teacher looked down at the ground under their feet. The student laughed. The night deepened. Crickets kept time. Care for the path means care for the inch in front of you. The breath, the blanket, the sentence you choose, the way you put the cup down, the way you let a thought go. That is enlightenment enough for a human evening. Let the last practical thing be small. Turn the phone face down or in another room. Lay a hand over your chest and feel the pulse that has worked all day without applause. Whisper, thank you. That's it. Ceremony complete. If you are drifting, let the words thin. If you have a few minutes more, we can set 5 lanterns from here to sleep. Lantern 1, water touches mouth. Lantern 2, hands touch face or pillow with kindness. Lantern 3, shelf, 1 roll set down. Lantern 4, rope on peg, 1 demand released. Lantern 5, lullaby sentence, nothing to earn right now, or the bell can rest. Walk them slowly. The house inside you learns the way. Before we close, bless the version of you that will wake. Bless their socks, their schedule, their good intentions, and their very human limits. Give them a single gift from tonight. The memory of a longer exhale, the feel of your hand on your heart, the image of a lantern showing just enough path. They will need those more than an iron vow. You are sending a letter across the small sea of sleep. I am with you. Go gently. Take one last kind inhale and a longer exhale. Feel the bed, the chair, the floor, the ground, the earth. Let yourself be the traveler who sets down the pack and knows that setting down is part of the journey, not a pause from it. You have practiced well tonight, not by performing calm, but by choosing it in small, honest ways. That is the art. That is the path. Rest now if rest is near. If you are still moving, move like someone who is allowed to be unhurried for a few minutes. Tomorrow we will close with a soft blessing and a gathering of everything you've become over these hours. For now, feel the night widen around you like a friendly sky. You are here. You are breathing. And the lantern is bright enough for this step. Settle in, dear friend. Let this room wrap softly around you the way a shawl settles on shoulders. If you're in bed, adjust the pillow by a finger's width and feel the fabric welcome your cheek. If you're sitting, let your back rest against what holds you and allow the out-breath to glide a little longer than the in-breath. This is our last stretch together for now. A quiet landing where everything you've practiced gathers and takes root.
No exams. No proving.
Just a gentle closing that carries you into the life that waits on the other side of this breath. We have walked a long human path. Compassion, clear seeing, and letting go have become the 3 inner powers you can reach for without ceremony. You've learned the middle tone between forcing and drifting. You've met the 3 frictions, craving, pushing away, fog, and welcomed them to sit without giving them the keys. You've spoken to yourself like a warm coach. You've tuned your pace until the day began to hum. You've let the scene be only the scene, the herd only the herd. You have placed tiny rituals at thresholds, 2 feet, 2 words, 2 sips, 1 clean line before action, the doorway breath, the shoulder door, the lantern path. You've set down ropes by 5%, and you've set rolls on the shelf so the person underneath could breathe. You've practiced the 4 rooms, warmth, care, gladness, steadiness, until they felt like a house that knows your name. Tonight we don't add, we bind. We give what you know a home inside your body so it can serve you on ordinary mornings, in crowded lines, in quiet kitchens on difficult days. Start with 1 small bow to your breath. You don't have to move. The bow can be inside. A simple nod to the tide that has carried you from the first moment to this one. Whisper, thank you for staying. The body understands gratitude. The jaw loosens by a thread. The chest settles. Now a bow to the body. Not a performance, just appreciation spoken in plain words. Thank you, feet, for walking me through rooms I wanted to flee. Thank you, hands, for washing bowls and making small dignities real. Thank you, eyes, for letting in the world and also for closing when rest called. If something aches, meet it with respect. You don't have to love every sensation to speak gently to the house you live in. And a bow to your mind tries to protect you by racing ahead, by rehearsing, by turning moments into maps. Tell it the truth. You have helped me. I will give you good jobs, clear lines, real plans, honest pauses. Tell it what guards your peace now. Longer exhales, room to feel, the practice of seeing plainly. Minds relax when they know their work matters and has boundaries. I want to leave you with a story that has followed people for centuries, spoken softly like this. A traveler walks beside a wild river searching for a way across. He builds a raft from brush and rope, pushes it into the current, and strokes with steady arms. He reaches the far bank soaked and grateful. Then a question. Should he hoist the raft onto his shoulders and carry it forever, or set it down and walk on? The old teaching says to set it down. Use what carries you. Do not cling to the carrier. All these practices, breath, doors, lines, rooms, are your raft. They carry you across rough water. On the next path, you may need only a few of them, or you may need to build a new raft from the same simple wood. That's wisdom, not disloyalty. You are allowed to walk on. If tomorrow is a weekday, imagine it now, gentler by a degree. You wake and place both feet on the floor. 2 words, arriving gently. You drink water like someone who has a body. You write 1 clean line before opening an inbox. This note confirms Thursday. You move at a pace that lets breath participate. When the wind rises in the meeting, the shoulder door opens by a finger's width and your voice lowers by 1 notch. You carry a sentence in your pocket. What do I want to grow here? And you let it choose your next words. You bless 3 strangers on the commute without anyone knowing. You choose 3 stones, body, work, connection, and step on them in turn. You end your work with punctuation that lets you leave the room. You return home and light small lanterns for evening. Water, breath, shelf, rope on the peg. Enough. None of this needs applause. All of it changes the flavor of your day. If tomorrow is a day of rest or recovery, picture that too. You put a small sign on the inside of your chest, quiet hours. You let 1 room of your house remain as a calm square for your eyes. You step outside at least once to meet the sky, even if only for 2 breaths. You cook or assemble something simple and eat 1 mindful bite. You let grief visit without running the show. You give the worried mind an appointment with a pen and tell it, not now, tomorrow at 10:30. You speak 3 thank yous out loud, to the sink, to your body, to someone whose name you love saying. You go to bed without finishing everything, and the world continues turning. So do you. I want to bless your relationships in a way that fits in ordinary rooms. May your voice learn the music of warm truth. May your ears become bowls when listening would help more than fixing. May your boundaries be gates that swing on clear hinges, what you can do and what you cannot. So love lasts longer because it is paced. When heat arrives, may you find the 2 breaths that change the sentence from a spear to a bridge. When repair is needed, may you carry the simple broom, name, impact, next step, and sweep without self-punishment. I want to bless your work, the kind that pays, the kind that cares, the kind that no one sees. May you begin with 1 clear line so fog has less to push against. May you remember that productivity theater is a stage you can step off. May you trust tiny dignities when big wins are scarce. May you share credit like someone who knows that lamps light more when they are many. May you set your tools down while the sun still shows you the way home. I want to bless your body, especially if it has been asked to carry more than is visible. May you find a middle tone you can sustain. May your breath learn the shape of the empty bowl. Gentle in, soft pause, longer out. May sleep return. If not now, then soon, with the help of low light, kind sentences, and a house taught by repetition that night is safe. May pain, when it visits, be met with dignity and pendulum attention so fear loosens even if sensation stays. May you live as a human animal again, not only as a mind on legs. I want to bless the part of you that forgets. It will. That is all right. When you forget, may remembering be close, at a door, in a corner of your eye, at the click of a kettle. May you practice when you remember and practice again when you forget, without turning forgetting into a crime. A path is made by footsteps, not by scolding. I want to bless the young ones inside you, the overachiever who kept you safe by being shiny, the quiet one who kept you safe by disappearing, the brave one who kept you safe by never crying. May they see your hands now, steady, warm, honest, and may they rest more often on the shelf. You will call them when you need their gifts. Tonight they get to sleep. There is a small ceremony I'd like to offer as a final weave. Simple enough to repeat, strong enough to hold. We'll call it the house and the night. If you're moving, let it move with you. If you're still, let it unfold like breath. Begin by feeling the back body supported, head, shoulder blades, hips, heels. Whisper, held. Feel the front body soften. Forehead, eyes, cheeks, belly. Whisper, soft. Sense the space around you, not empty, but spacious like a kind room. Whisper, space. 3 words, 3 breaths. Your nervous system loves simple triads. Turn your attention to sight. Let your eyes land on one shape and let it be only the scene. Turn to hearing, one sound only the heard. Turn to touch, one contact only the sensed. Let plainness quiet the extra story. The mind rests when it is not asked to carry a novel. Place a hand where it wishes, chest, belly, cheek. Speak one truth about today that doesn't sting. I tried. I learned. I repaired. I paused. Let your body hear it in your low voice. Then speak one permission for tonight. You may rest. You may not finish. You may be exactly as you are. Bring to mind one small thing you will do for future you in the morning. Lay the mug. Open the blinds. One clear line before email. See yourself doing it. Feel the click of dignity. If forgiveness is needed, place a pebble in the bowl, in your mind or with your hand, and say, this happened. It mattered. I release this by 5% for the sake of breath. Hear the little sound of letting down. Your chest will know what that means. If fear barges in, point to the calendar in your mind. Tomorrow, worry with a pen. Not now. Then let your eyes rest where 2 walls meet the ceiling. Corners calm animals. You are an animal still, blessedly. End the ceremony with a bow to the path down, to the ground under you. You have cared for the path tonight in small ways. The path will care for you tomorrow by being here again. There is one more story I want to set by your bed like a small glass of water. A student once asked a teacher for a definition of awakening that didn't require a monastery. The teacher said, "Wake up where you are. Bring tea." The student waited for more. The teacher smiled. "That's enough. Wake up where you are, at the sink, in traffic, at a desk, on the floor with a child, at a window with your breath. Bring tea, bring warmth, presence, and a small offering to the moment. Nothing dramatic, human and true. So here is my simple blessing for your life as you go. May you be safe enough to soften. May you see clearly what is here and name it gently. May you let go of what keeps your hand from opening to the next kind step. May your speech be warm and timely, your silences full of care. May pace be your ally and completion be honest, not cruel. May your body feel like home more often than it feels like a project. May you remember the 4 rooms and live in them with the windows open. May you carry lamps instead of arguments. May you rest without apology. May you wake without debt. If sleep is near, let the room dim further now, inside and out. Let your mouth be soft. Let your eyelids grow heavy like curtains at evening. Breath in, longer breath out. Held. Soft. Space. If you have a bit more night to travel, go gently into the next small thing with the sentence pace as care tucked in your pocket. Either way, you are not alone. Across town and across oceans, others are placing mugs by kettles, taking doorway breaths, washing bowls with attention, lowering their voices by a notch, setting ropes on pegs, speaking enough into a quiet room. You are part of that good company. Thank you for walking with me. Slowly, honestly, humanly. You have not performed a new self. You have befriended the one who is already here. May this friendship deepen in the days to come. May your home be a temple built of simple acts. May your nights be kind and your mornings plain and bright. May the little lights you've kindled in these hours keep shining when the weather changes. Let them be your raft when water rises, and when you reach the far bank, set them down and walk on. Breathe once more. Let the out-breath finish itself. Feel the ground. Feel the warmth. Let the night keep you.